Hello and welcome to Hawk Talk with Kevin Castley. I'm Kevin Castley, and in this new series on my channel, what we're going to be doing is interviewing the Hawks from across the spectrum, from all walks of life, popular, obscure, varying degrees of fame and whatnot. And we're going to be seeing what led people to ultimately adopt a very pilled and based position on foreign policy and international relations. And the focus, of course, of this interview series is twofold. It's to serve as an introduction to those in the Hawk community and to give people a platform to express their views, which, if we're being honest, do not receive anywhere near enough attention in the media anymore, since really the end of the Bush administration in the United States, at least. And it's also to foster a discussion about serious issues and try to develop solutions to them with some very talented and awesome people. In the first episode, I'm going to be interviewing Reese the Based, Prince of Warmongers, Nightmare Fuel. He's here. He was instrumental in promoting this channel up to the point where we are today. And I've been a fan of his for quite some time now. And, he had me on his live stream pretty soon after I mentioned I was a fan of his. So here we go. Now he's on my channel, and we're gonna get hawkish, and we're gonna see what inspired a base hawk to become a hawk. And with that being said, this is Hawk Talk with Kevin Castley. This is gonna be an ongoing series. We're gonna have a lot of different people on, and it's gonna be interesting. So I'm going to begin with the first question for Reese here. What experience or knowledge or reading led you to become a hawk? And also, I should also mention before, if there's any sort of preambular statements that you'd like to make, so people kind of get a sense of who you are, feel free. The floor is yours, Mr. Prince.
People know me, but it's nice. It's nice to be here. How the tables have turned. Look at this. I had you on my stream, and now I'm on your stream. I think it's very cool. I look forward to seeing more of these, and hell, even coming back. That would be cool. And I'll make sure to pass on a few recommended guests here and there. People who have a bit more clout than me, even, because I have no clout. What led me to my foreign policy opinions? That's interesting, because it wasn't so much any reading from other people. There was reading that I appreciated. I obviously, by the point that I had really solidified my foreign policy views, I was a big fan of Christopher Hitchens. So I wouldn't say that he was instrumental in forming my opinion. I think it was more a case of I found somebody that I agreed with, and I was like, "Oh my God, this guy! Thank you! Finally, someone is saying what needs to be said." I think that it was more just a natural consequence of having liberal-leaning politics and never really falling into the trap that a lot of progressives fell into. I was always, ever since that I was even somewhat politically active, I had a left lean to me, but I was never all that infatuated with some of the social issues that they were trying to branch out and make more important than they actually were. Any of the money in politics, fear mongering, I never really got into, and I was never a fan of the foreign policy hysteria that has. I mean, like when you talk to so many of these people, it is above obvious to me that they are emotionally crippled and that they never got over 2003. And they're just stuck there. They're like time travelers that just walk among us. They never got past it. It is such a defining part of their psyche. And all it takes is like, I look at that and I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to be these people. I don't want to be like a total meme, a total NPC who can only say 5 things. Like, it's just unbecoming, really. I think that if people take foreign policy as a topic seriously and US national security as a topic seriously, the conclusions that we regularly discuss are the obvious ones. They are the only answers. And time again, I find that the conclusions that our detractors may reach, they're only possible if you ignore large swaths of reality. They don't even want to discuss it. They don't want to discuss it at all. This comes up all the time. I saw it even today, like believe it or not. So basically, during the impeachment hearings, that's kind of a big thing going on in the States right now. Adam Schiff from California was giving a speech against Trump. Obviously, these impeachment hearings revolve heavily around Ukraine, and the reason a lot of the far leftists, isolationists, they don't like this. They don't want this to be a thing that's happening at all, is because they don't like to discuss Ukraine. Because if you discuss Ukraine, inevitably you will have to condemn Russian imperialism, and they don't want to do it. They constantly don't want to do it. I see so many examples like that where someone does the base, minimum. I condemn this action taken by the Kremlin, taken by the Russian government. And these people lose their fucking minds. They're like, "Oh my God, you're calling for a war with Russia?" No, he's like, first off, he's not. I've never considered Adam Schiff to be like a hawk, like a hawkish icon in any regard. No, he's simply condemning like obvious authoritarianism and an obvious overstep from the Kremlin that pretty much any normal person in the civilized world would condemn. I remember I made a video about this too, because there was this was like, I think right around the time when the United States and North Korea really started doing some talks, or they were about to lead into it. And I did a video because Stefan Molyneux, of all people, he condemned North Korea. First off, no brownie points there. Kind of goes without saying. But he was condemning North Korea, and his followers were like, "Oh my God, you neocon! You're calling for a war with North Korea." It's just like, you people are just such a disease on social media. Like we can't condemn like the most obvious moral atrocities without people losing their goddamn minds and thinking that you're calling for like World War III. No. Even people like us who have specifically called for military conflict, it's never on the scale that these people think it is.
Yeah, but Reese, I could just speak to that very briefly. I know sometimes I'll have memes and whatnot, but realistically, if you check out my channel, you'll see that I specifically have videos on the big powers, Russia and China, and in both of them, I argue that we can take them down without firing a shot. I argue for economic, basically oil warfare against Russia and a blockade of trade on communist China. I very explicitly point out that if they didn't have as huge arsenals as they do, I would be much more hawkish with respect to them. But we acknowledge material realities in the world by and large. But we also acknowledge that there are countries out there that we need to nip in the bud from becoming the next Russia or communist China. So.
Because, and that's just part of dealing with reality. We see the big problems that we have now. We don't need more of those kinds of countries. We don't. It's bad enough as is. We don't need a nuclear Iran. We don't need a further growing in power North Korea. We don't need that. And I find it very preposterous when I suggest something as mundane as the Iranian regime should no longer be in power for very reasons that are so obvious it's insulting to me. Like, oh, really? Why do you think that? Why the fuck do you think I think that?
Oh
Are you
man.
well? What about Saudi Arabia? Yeah, thanks for totally dodging the conversation we were having.
Oh man. Well, it's the same as if you said that in 1941. You'd say, I'm against the Nazi regime. I think it should be changed. And they say, oh, what about the Bolsheviks?
Yeah, no, they like. I've seen you, and I know that I've attempted to make that analogy. People don't get it. Like, I have never seen somebody like hear that and like it finally click for them. Oh, that's not realistic. They're like, oh, Saudi's worse. Saudi by default cannot be worse because they're cooperative.
They're both bad.
But the thing is, like, we're debating people who they actually see that as a negative. If you're a state that's aligned with the United States, you're actually the problem. Because and these other states, these quite obviously dangerous rogue states, they see them as independent and they're inspirational in basically keeping their sovereignty and taking a final stand against the evil US empire.
Oh no, it's so cringe. I came up with a phrase before. I was basically using Trump's phraseology, the haters and losers, to refer to them, but I came up with one of my own that I think is more apt. I now call them the haters and traitors. So
I like it.
Because think about it, you exactly are right there. Because it's not about what would further Western or American interests. It's actually, and some of them will even be honest about it, it's about hindering our interests. So what do you call that? You call that a hater and a traitor. So
yeah, no, and I won't even pretend to understand what motivates it, because every person is going to be different. Some of them are, it's clearly money, but for the average person, you can't say that. I think it really is just, it's almost a psychosis. It's people who just like, they never got over Bush, they never got over Cheney, and they feel such immense guilt for being a Westerner or being an American. They were born with all these opportunities, and it's just not fair. And I don't think that we are entitled to rule the world, guys, even though that is everything. Basically, if we were to sacrifice the hegemon, every sacrifice that we've made up to that point, every soldier who had died would have died in vain. We didn't come to be the world's superpower by luck. We just happen to be here and this is how it is. No, this was the liberal world was hard fought for, and it could crumble overnight if people weren't careful.
Oh, yes. You're right.
It's the people, they enjoy the prosperities and the liberties provided by it. They are not grateful. They show no gratitude. All they do is bitch and whine and bite from the hand that feeds them. And you know what? Fuck those people.
Yeah.
I'm so over it. I'm not as eloquent as I could have, but I'm frustrated because I'm tired of debating them. I'm tired of debating every single little minion of Kyle or Jank who thinks they think they're hot shit. They think they're so smart. They think they figured it out. And meanwhile, they are tantrum throwing children who don't know jack shit about the world or what had to be sacrificed to make the world what it is today. They don't understand the true problems facing this world. Their entire platform is first world issues that are not important. And they're like, oh yeah, let's just gut the military and throw our money into these first world problems. Yeah, thanks.
Oh man.
Thanks a lot. Not only did you doom my country, but you've doomed every country. Every country that was relying on our global stability and global security.
Potentially for posterity, it should be noted, because as Bob Kagan, somebody that I really like, as he points out, and he's got a book called The Jungle Goes Back. He talks about how not only was the liberal order as it is today not inevitable, and it would be very foolish to take it for granted, but that it also is not guaranteed to win in the long run. So if we just say, hey, look, we're on top right now, let's root for the underdog. Well, maybe the underdog gets the upper hand and then they win. And then you can never go back. Like, say Russia becomes the hegemon and the US just gives up. Well, that sort of authoritarianism could be around. It could be predominant for 152,000 years, or 700,000 years of human history. Who knows? There's no determinism that says that the good guys win at the end of the day if the good guys aren't willing to fight. So
I've also seen a lot of comments. This was in relation to the Adam Schiff thing, and obviously people talking about Ukraine and Russia, but people are like, oh yeah, these corporate neo-lib Democrats, they're trying to start another Cold War. Like that's their line. And like I'm sitting here thinking, guys, the Cold War did not ever end.
Never ended.
Like these people, they're so petrified. Oh, you're trying to drag us into a war. Motherfucker, we have been in a war since the moment I was born. We have been in a war. The world has been in a state of war since the Second World War.
Mm-hmm.
So since the advent of nuclear weapons, we have been in a state of war. Love it or hate it, that is the world we are a part of. Now, either you have two sides you can pick from. Oh, that's a false dichotomy. Not really. There are two sides you can pick from. Choose wisely.
Choose wisely.
It's
no, you're right.
To me, they don't like that. It displays so much ignorance. It displays people who are not willing to take this issue seriously. Mm-hmm. They don't understand what's going on. They don't understand what the Kremlin thinks of them. And those are the people who are going to be voting. Those are the people who are going to be putting other morons who agree with them in positions to influence foreign policy, like Ilhan Omar. Oh yeah, that's the person we want in our camp. Other countries don't have this problem. Russia does not have this problem. Do you think there's a single person working in the Kremlin government who's like, it's not fair? The way that we keep expand. What about the Ukrainian independence? What about their sovereignty? No one is thinking that.
What about the Americans? What about the Americans? Maybe
what about the poor Americans?
No, you mentioned what they think of them, and Yuri Bezmenov had the great line, and he wasn't the only one to expose this and highlight it, but the Kremlin going all the way back to the 1940s and even earlier, especially with respect to co-opting in Europe, where they were successful in a lot of communist movements in Europe, they called their biggest supporters in the West useful idiots. They thought of them as scum. In fact, they had as much disdain, if not more disdain, for those who support them as for the dirty capitalists, or today the dirty liberals that actively oppose them, like us. They see the useful idiots as clueless, as feeble, as weak, as having no backbone, that they're willing to sell out their own country to support the Kremlin, that obviously is only interested in using them. And with some of the biggest useful idiots back in the 30s, for example, from the Italian Communist Party, who some of them defected and went over to live in the socialist paradise with Stalin, they were shot upon arrival, essentially. So that's what the Kremlin thinks of their biggest supporters. They hate them even more than they hate us, because at least they can respect that we are principally opposed to them. So
yeah, no, that makes sense. And it's not like, you can sell out America all you want. It's not going to spare you from, it's not going to spare you from death row, essentially, because you're not going to be welcomed in Moscow as like a hero who if you're done serving your purpose, no, absolutely.
They're done, son. They're done.
They're done, son.
That's what Stalin said. That's what Stalin said. He's like, okay, you were instrumental in helping us undermine Italian democracy. The CIA won at the end of the day. You came here. But what are you going to do for us here? You're going to queue in the bread line too? Nah, it's cheaper to use a bullet to take you out than it is to provide bread for 40 years or whatever. And
lifetime of bread versus one bullet.
Well, I'll highlight briefly. I will move on to other questions, but I will highlight this briefly. There is a great documentary for the viewers to check out. It's called "The Spy Who Went into the Cold," and it's about the spy who passed along Western and particularly British, Kim Philby is his name, if I recall, nuclear secrets for about 30 years or something to the Kremlin. And eventually, and he was a smart guy when it came to espionage, he was able to evade the British intelligence for a long time. And when they confronted him initially, he was able to charm his way out of being arrested and continue. But eventually, he did realize that they were going to crack down on him, so he fled to the Soviet Union. And this guy provided arguably $100 billion or more worth of intel to everything that the West was doing. He had the access to all the codes in NATO and everything. And what did they reward him with? He was under house arrest. They gave him a small apartment. Now, they gave him rations. They didn't kill him because he was super useful. But even to one of their biggest supporters, they didn't have a mansion for him. You would think that they would give him like a nice villa in Crimea or something, to reward him for his efforts. He wasn't even allowed to leave his own drab tenement in Moscow. That's how they treat the biggest useful idiot, So what, you think that they're going to be nicer to you because you posted anti-war memes or whatever? It's like, no, if they treat their most useful asset like garbage, imagine how they're going to treat the people that are even less useful, right? So
it reminds me a lot of like Queers for Palestine and things of that sort. And it's a very common masochistic pattern we find among these people, and they insist on. I couldn't tell you why for each individual person. It's probably due to a lot of shitty elements in their lives, their personal lives, but they choose to defend and make excuses for people who hate them and people who would most likely kill them on sight. And it's sad. I don't really, I don't feel bad for them because they're moronic, but it is sad. I have a small bit of sympathy because all you can think is when you see someone like that, all you can think is, wow, this person is like really, I almost feel bad making fun of them. I'll still make fun of them. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But like they're fucked up. They have a dark view of life. And it is not serving them well. It is making them so self-destructive.
Oh, man. Yeah, absolutely.
As soon as that self-destructive worldview turns into actual policy and you drag us all down with you, then I don't feel bad for you. Then you are a huge part of the problem.
See, that's the thing. I just want to make very clear. I don't have any sympathy for Kim Philby. He betrayed us. He basically tried to destroy the West, right? He passed nuclear secrets for 30 years or whatever to the Soviets.
Oh, yeah, fuck that guy.
But what I can say is I use that as an example of how poorly they treat even their biggest supporters. I can tell you, if I'm in charge and there's an equivalent in Russia who's doing that, and then he comes over here after 30 years of being useful, guess what? I'm going to have a really nice mansion in Florida or something for him, and like chauffeurs and butlers and stuff, they're going to be rewarded. And America did do that to the guys who sold out bin Laden. They were given like $20 million, And sure, they were bad guys, but they came around, so and actually it wound up helping the West at the end of the day.
And proof that the United States is funding jihadism. Proof admitted by Kevin Castley himself.
Oh man. Yeah, no, it's just, before we move on to the next question, I did just want to briefly touch on the point that you mentioned a little while back about the privilege and the guilt for such a privilege as living in the West. It's interesting because I feel that you and myself, we would be amongst the first to admit that we are in a very privileged position as Westerners who are born in some of the best countries in the history of the world. But the difference between us and these progressives is we want to actively spread that to the rest of the world, whereas they feel guilty and don't think that anybody should have that, essentially, right? So
that more or less sums it up for sure. And I mean, like, even on other issues, if you were to take a lot of their economic proposals into account, if they really had their way, American prosperity would not be lasting long. Mm-hmm. The pillars that make American prosperity a reality, they are constantly trying to undermine. And they think that that money grows on trees and they can just print as much as they want and it's fine. And basically you can push around industry movers and there are no foreseeable consequences to that. So it's very paramount, I think, to keep them out of power. Now I'll get into this probably a bit more later, but I don't think that they would be able to achieve a lot of what they'd like to do. Here's an example. So if Bernie Sanders became president, the biggest thing affected would be executive decisions. So I think foreign policy would be the thing most effective, because if they needed to okay anything with him, he would say no. And our national security would be zero at that point. But a lot of his other economic proposals, he would not be the one putting them forth. There's a lot of legitimization. Sorry. When you have the president agree with a certain bill that you're putting forward to Congress, but they would need to get a lot more than the executive branch to really do all the damage that they want to do. Yes. But again, I think that I've long made it clear that I think foreign policy is the most important issue. Is the most, basically, if you don't have a good foreign policy or a good national security, it's not even worth discussing the other issues, because you're not going to have a country in which to have those debates.
Exactly. Like we can disagree. Like those who follow me know I'm very much in support of abortion rights. But here's the thing: if we let fascist Russia win, guess what? The pro-lifers win no matter what. So it's like I'd rather have a pro-life person who would combat fascist Russia so that we can have a liberal democracy for the future than have somebody like Bernie win and hand them the world. That's my view, even though I agree with Bernie more on abortion rights in particular, right? I still see foreign policy as a bigger issue personally. I wish that you had a candidate that was pilled on both, in my view, right? But
absolutely. We can't afford, this is such a pivotal time. We can't afford. We've already dealt with Trump, and he was bad enough. And Lord forbid if he's the best foreign policy option, but it could come down to that.
Could.
That's depressing. But this is such a pivotal time. We can't afford to have an isolationist president. We just can't. America, its control and influence over the world is slipping. And now is the time to reassert it. Now is not the time to, crawl back into our shells, focus on first world problems of no relevance, try to basically just, shell ourselves off from everybody. It's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. If I could just briefly interject, though, for the sake of the viewers that might not be so familiar with your work, for example, and who hopefully are going to go and check you out later after our interview is over, could you please elaborate, Reese, on what specifically you mean by some of those first world problems, just so that we can kind of make it clear to the viewers who might not really be on the same page as us right now?
Oh, everything that is included in their platforms, for the most part. They have such asinine solutions, but basically, the schooling issue, the healthcare issue, these are issues that could have much more simplified approaches, and they insist on just fucking it up. And I'm so tired, because ultimately, those could be important to an individual person. I'm personally fine on each, so it's whatever to me. But in the larger scheme, I would call them first world issues, and not to mention all the other social nonsense. They're just not as important. They're absolutely not as important. We are involved. We are involved in a very serious standoff with so many nations, and these are people who get they get upset when you increase the defense budget. They're like, oh my God, they treat it like you're supporting genocide or something. It's like, well, no fucking shit. We have such a high defense budget. Do you see what we're dealing with? Have you taken a moment to go outside your house, Like, or just turn on the news or anything. Expose yourself to the outside world.
Yeah, it is. It's not. It is worth mentioning, of course, that the defense budget, as it stands currently in the United States, is about 700. It's a little over $700 billion, which, as a percentage of GDP, works out to between 2.5 and 3% effectively, which is about 3 times what Canada spends as a percentage. But it should be noted, fascist Russia spends 4% of their economy on the military. So for all this talk of the U.S. as being a very highly militarized country, it's economically untrue. It's patently untrue. So,
oh yeah, no, our opposing nations have always been more militaristic. Like we're talking, you know, and forgetting even Russia, like so other nations where, like Iran is a perfect example, because they were forcing people out onto the street to mourn the death of Qasem Soleimani, the beloved general. That is what a militarized nation that is. Like, people were lifting that up. I remember they were like, "Oh, America, you really kicked a beehive, because look how beloved this man was." And of course they're not mentioning that there were reports of a lot of people being forced to attend this ceremony. But even beyond that, people who were there legitimately, is that a good look? Like, is that a good look? No, that tells me that is a society that is ruled by a military. That is a society that is under the military's thumb. And that's not what we are. Not at all.
Absolutely. I mean, North Korea is the sort of preeminent example of this, where as a percentage of their nominal GDP, it works out to about 25% that they spend on the military, or about 8 times what the US does. But their entire economy de facto is oriented around servicing the military. So when you actually look at related sectors, when we talk about other non-military sectors in the North Korean economy, a lot of those are actually extensions of the military. And so in that sense, the bulk, it's the only country where the majority of the spending goes towards the military. They are one of these countries that is heralded as a paragon of anti-American and anti-imperialist and anti-neocolonialist independence and freedom. And yet they are incredibly militarized. The extent to which they are militarized, as I would argue, it actually transcends the economic figures, because they're not just 8 times more militarized than, say, the United States, or 16 times more. It's everybody's life, you know. It's a spiritual thing for them. They have a state religion that revolves around worshiping the eternal generals and whatnot. It's a fundamental difference, and yet, as you mentioned about the first worldism, the focus on the first world problems, what gets intertwined in that, of course, is this perspective in which these people feel that, and this is my view from some of them that I've known in my personal life, but that they really do feel that, say they make minimum wage, that's the worst thing that ever happened to anybody in the history of the world. They cannot contemplate the true brutality of North Korea. They just see that they don't have any McDonald's there and think it must be awesome, you know? So it's that they're not ruled by the man, as they would say. The natural lighting is waning in my studio, so I'm going to go and turn that on, but feel free to speak to the viewers, and I'm going to refill my water. I will be back in a few moments, my viewers.
Absolutely. See, we're professional around here, you know. We know how to put on a fucking show. Am I right? Yeah, if it's owned by the state, then it doesn't count. Absolutely. And again, I think what Kevin was saying earlier, if any of you have questions, just kind of your bigger questions, just save them till the end, and we will answer as many of those as we need to. Absolutely.
Well, my Hawks, Mr. Prince, I am back, and we at this point should move on to the next pre-written question that I have to keep this somewhat structured, but it's been a great conversation thus far.
Absolutely. See, you give me one question and I just go. Like I just keep it. I keep the ball in my court for a bit.
Can't stop the Hawk. Oh man. We got The next question. What areas of the world are you most concerned with or focused on, and why? And I should also note there that if you see it as a global sort of focus in general, feel free to mention that as well. I could say that for me personally, as the viewers would know, I'm in particular focused on North Korea and fascist Russia, for example. So
that's a good question too. I think that the ones that stand out to me, I mean, your answers are good, obviously. Iran is a big one, and that is one that is kind of being addressed right now. More is being done about that than any of the others. So I can kind of be happy about that. Although, if there was, somebody speaking my language in charge, we would have launched a few more missiles by now. Because apparently, well, the story is that during the attack that Iran did on an Iraqi military base that was housing some of our soldiers, this caused some severe brain damage among some of our service people. And Trump was just kind of laughing it off, like, "Oh, you have a headache, blah blah blah," like the asshole he is. And it's like, really, dude? Like, no, this is the time. Like, that is unacceptable. Like, really? But no one died, so I guess it's okay. You just got a little trauma in the head. But as long as no one dies, even though an American did recently die,
yes,
apparently that was only worth one missile. That's all it was worth. That should have been like the end of any form of diplomacy.
Yeah, leave no man behind. That used to be the standard, right? One death is enough, right? So
if we had a serious leader, that would not have been the response. And which, I mean, there's veteran groups calling on him right now to apologize, which is kind of funny. He's not going to, for the record. This is the same guy who said, I like soldiers who weren't captured. Thank you.
That's cringe.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. And he's not going to do anything about it. Because while right in the aftermath of him killing Soleimani, there was some spark of hope. I remember among you and a few other people that, oh yeah, this is Trump. He's going to turn over a new leaf. But I just knew he wasn't. I knew that this is such a typical Trump thing. He likes his strongman move. He likes to reassert a little dominance. But then, like, in the next 12 hours, he's talking about the negotiating table.
No, you're right. You're right. I should just step in for a moment, though, and say, I did to some extent get hyped and whatnot over that. That's pretty clear to anybody who checked out my Twitter account over that course of the provocations. However, I had said my prediction is that he will fall in love with the Ayatollah, but I hope I'm proven wrong on that. And I know he views Twitter, and so I wanted to give him positive feedback, despite what the Never Trumpers and whatnot might say, because in the hopes that he would at least continue and realize that, unlike if he tries to appeal to the progressives and then they say, "Oh, well, you're not good enough, you're not woke enough," I wanted him to see that if he makes an effort, that we're not just going to call him bad and refuse it. I wanted to say, credit where credit is due. That was sort of my perspective on that, so that he can see, oh, they actually will welcome me back, So
it's not a bad approach, and I was certainly very congratulatory of that action, because that was an assassination coming for a long time. That needed to happen so long ago. And so it's nice to see that. But I just knew that he was going to fall into his same pattern. We haven't quite reached the I love the Ayatollah yet, but we might. And that is just horrible. Now, that being said, I don't know if they'll negotiate with him regardless. They might, but they don't seem to like him all that much. So Iran stands out as as an important issue. At least you can say that some things are being done about it. There are sanctions in place, and even stronger sanctions now. Although I've heard rumors that those might be lifted if, well, they come to the negotiating table. We will have to see where that goes. And of course, the offer to come to the negotiating table was without precondition. Ugh.
Of course it was, because the same was extended to the North Koreans, who are even more provocative towards the United States. So why wouldn't Iran get no preconditions?
I mean America doesn't need to look this desperate. Like America, it's like trying to like throw a party and you're like you're just hoping that somebody shows up. And you're like, please, I'll pay you to come. Like anybody, please.
Well, it's like the 2006 housing crisis and the run up to it. It's like being a bank and saying, I really want profit. I want to get more mortgages out there. So you give a mortgage for a $5 million McMansion to a dude who works part time at McDonald's, and you're like, okay, it's free. We were not even going to do a credit check. Not even going to do a credit check. You got it. It's as stupid as that. No preconditions. It's unbelievable.
If I were in charge, here's a scary thought. If I were in charge, there would have to be so many preconditions met. Chief among them would be a complete reformation of the country.
Yes.
And a new government put in place. I'm not negotiating with this fucked up government. I'm going to negotiate with a proper government. Thank you. A government that's actually worth doing diplomacy with, and who aren't going to fucking stab us in the back by the end of it. No, absolutely not. The Trump administration, and that's the thing that gets me, because Trump, he's always going on about what a great deal maker he is. What a load of garbage. I mean, like, for anyone who's been watching this presidency, who honestly believes that? We have been screwed over in every deal for years. Years of losing, years of taking L's.
Yeah.
And people are, but the next one's going to be great. And the people cheering that on, they're either Trump sycophants who would cheer on anything, or they're people like Kim Iverson and Kyle who revel in America's failure. Those are not the people we should be making happy. How about you give me, I'm an American, how about you represent me? Give me a deal in which we fucking win.
Yes.
For once. Just
absolutely.
One. Just one.
Absolutely.
Give me one, and I will give him his due. Just like I gave him his due for striking Syria, just like I gave him his due for killing Soleimani. Absolutely. I will play that game, and I will ignore everything else for a bit, and I will praise what needs to be praised. But I am so tired of losing. I am so tired of us giving so much ground to people who don't deserve it. People who haven't shown any sign that they are going to modify their behavior, stop arming terror groups, stop pursuing weapons of mass destruction. No. We're rewarding them for fucking nothing. What is to be gained from this other than to say, other than to just have a photo? Oh, look, I'm a great leader. Give me the Nobel Prize. I met with this other leader who we had a contentious relationship with, and now everything's okay. I'm a dove. I'm Donald Trump. I'm so fucking awesome. This is my legacy. No, fuck that. Everything is such a goddamn joke to him. There are actual consequences to this dumb fuckery. And I'm done with it. And the sad thing is, I don't know if his alternative is going to be any better. We'll have to see. If it's Biden, probably would be a little bit better. But I mean, like, there are way too many people right now still hanging around the Democratic field who would be just as bad, if not worse, on this most pivotal issue. That's all you need. If you want my vote, if this needs to be in your platform, America is going to win. America is going to gain some ground. America is going to get some very, very coveted victories under my presidency. Because if that's not part of your platform, I want nothing to do with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned in there that you're tired of losing, and it's ironic because Donald Trump himself made that same argument to justify an isolationist pigeon foreign policy, and yet to him losing meant having an influence in the world, because it takes time and energy. And to this, of course, as we would always say, it'll take more time and energy to fight them on their terms than to be proactive on our terms, right? And that's the issue with all of this, is that Joe Biden, for example, he is the preferable candidate on the Democratic side from my perspective. But even with Joe Biden, I know he was only the vice president, but he did serve as VP to an administration that was totally happy to go full Neville Chamberlain with respect to the Ayatollah. And could Ben Rhodes hang around? Could those guys hang around and influence Biden to take a more pigeon approach to Iran? It is possible. However, Biden also there's the chance with him that he could take serious military advice from experts as well, that he wouldn't be a populist about it. In that sense, he's a bit of a wild card, but he's less so than, say, a breadline Bernie, where that he's going to concede and that he's going to aestheticize and glamorize apologia for dictators, right? So
it is a pretty sad state of affairs that I'm so disillusioned with the Trump administration's foreign policy that I'm looking to the remnants of the Obama administration to help us. Because they were a very mixed bag. There were a few good things, there were a lot of bad things, and Iran was a notable failure. Iran was very much a kick the can down the road. Let's have a photo op. Let's just do this because we don't actually want to put in the work to stop them. Because essentially we didn't stop them from doing anything.
It's insane to me, because the thing is, Obama, when it came down to his relationship with the Ayatollah, he talked about it as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and I term it, of course, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Inaction. And with respect to North Korea, he had a policy that he literally called, and this was his own term, his own choosing, strategic patience. So of course I call it strategic procrastination, right? And I use strategic in quotes because there's no strategy going on. There's even less strategy going on with North Korea from Obama than there was arguably from much of the Trump administration, where John Bolton and Mike Pompeo, they had a plan. It was just a matter that the executive didn't, right? Whereas in Obama, it was the whole administration was by and large rotten with respect to North Korea. And we will get moving on to the next question, but I wanted to open up the floor to you again to talk about any other flashpoints around the world that interest you, because I know you've made a couple of really good videos, very well-researched videos on Venezuela, for example, and that's a subject that doesn't get enough attention. And I know I don't spend too much time talking about Venezuela, but it's important. So
I was just going to mention it because it's almost the afterthought of a lot of these discussions. And it's an issue that I've looked into quite extensively. And actually earlier this month, and I'm sure you've heard about this, there were even more authoritarian measures taken by the Maduro regime to clamp down on the National Assembly, which is the last democratically elected institution in that country. Essentially, they were trying to replace Juan Guaido as the president of the National Assembly with one of their puppet loyalists. And it's very unclear where it's going to go forward from this point, because the National Assembly really doesn't have any power, is the thing. The National Assembly is more or less constitutionally, they are the rightful governing branch, but they are defunct in so many ways, because there is, and I would need to look up the name again, but Maduro he has his own National Assembly. They would serve the function of the National Assembly, and it's just a bunch of loyalists, of course. And the thing is, there are some promising developments on that. I don't know how a lot of the other candidates would handle it. Obviously, Colombia is standing in solidarity with Juan Guaido. Obviously, we are. but it's always kind of just been that. It's always just been we say it, we put some words together. We support you, Juan Guaido, as the rightful president of Venezuela. We've never done enough about it, in my opinion. And I would very much, it's not going to get the same attention that Iran and Syria are going to get. I understand that. But the situation in Venezuela is completely unacceptable. We do not need enemy influence within our hemisphere. We just don't. We don't need this government creating such a gigantic refugee crisis in our hemisphere. It's completely unheard of. It's not like Venezuela had a war or anything, or a civil war or anything like that. Yet there are as many refugees as you would see from a war-torn nation.
That indictment of their economic policy, which in the past, of course, Kremlin Kyle, we all know Kremlin Kyle, neckbeard Jimmy Dore, Abby Martin, and so on and so forth. I mean, in her case, she gets paid, so it makes sense. She gets paid by Telesur, but they have all, to various degrees, either conducted apologia for or outright praised. Even Bernie Sanders, Breadline Bernie, has even defended the Venezuelan system in the past. There are some fake memes out there about him supporting Venezuela and whatnot and everything, but he has also defended them on occasion. So,
because I remember this was a couple of debates ago for the Democrats, because Julian Castro was still around, so it was a while ago. But they were asking them about Venezuela because it was just being discussed again. It had made the news cycle for some reason, and they were asking them, basically, do you think that Maduro is a dictator? Do you condemn him? And they were all kind of giving some very just not helpful answers, just like, yeah, he's a dictator. And it's like, okay, now for the people moderating this debate, how about you ask a follow-up question? If you were elected president, what are we going to do about this? Are we seriously just going to, we say that as a country right now that we stand in solidarity. Like, this is a chance to really show up Trump, because Trump has only really done it in words. We support Juan Guaido, but we're not actually really doing anything about it. We're not taking out Maduro. We're not ensuring that Venezuela is going to be a democratic, capitalistic country anytime soon. This is the chance for a Democrat to really take the bull by the horns and say, okay, if I'm president, we are going to do this. We are going to strategically intervene, depose Maduro. He is a completely illegitimate ruler. He is a direct threat to the life of a man, Juan Guaido, who we are allied with, someone who we are supposedly standing in solidarity with, someone who would bring a bright democratic future to that country. Not to mention stability. Imagine the millions of people who could return to their homes and return to, for the first time ever, prosperous lives. Think how much good could be done for the world if people took this seriously. But no, they were just asked, do you condemn this dictator? Well, no fucking shit. That doesn't, no brownie points. No brownie points. Okay, you condemn the dictator, good for you. Next question. Should we kill the dictator? That makes them a bit more uncomfortable. Oh, what about the repercussions? Repercussions from who?
My repercussions. Oh man, it's so cringe, because of course our opponents from various walks of the political spectrum, and they are bunk and junk, and they are numerous. They'll often tout these memes of how the mainstream media and those who conduct the debates, they have a warmongering paid perspective to ask questions that promote war, and of course you exposed right there that that's such a hack narrative, because they never ask any follow-ups that would necessitate or imply that war would be the moral choice to pursue, or the ultimate, even if you want to take the morality and the liberalism and whatnot out of it, what would be best for American interests? So,
Yeah, no, and it's such an important question to ask. If somebody they're during these debates, they are telling us, they're giving like a job interview Why should you get this job? The most important job in the country. Why should you replace Trump? Well, give me an actual reason to vote for you. Give me an actual alternative to what's happening. Right now, in terms of Venezuela, I'm getting a whole lot of rhetoric. It's mostly because of Trump. If other people had their way, if Marco Rubio had his way, if a few other people had their way, I'm sure more would be done. Okay, we are stuck with Trump as president for now. So for the next person who will potentially be president, give me a better answer. And that answer better be, this guy is illegitimate. This guy should not be in power. Juan Guaido and his opposition movement, they are friends of this country, and we are going to step in on their behalf. And we are going to make sure that they are rightfully put in charge of this country. If we believe in democracy so much, then we are going to restore democracy to this country that is being trampled on every day. And all I get is this meaningless rhetoric. Oh, Maduro's a bad guy. Oh, he's a dictator. Spare me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can miss me with that, because that helps nothing. That absolutely helps nothing. Okay, how about this? Instead of just this very baseline, oh, dictator, call him an illegitimate leader. Because that means that he should not be in power. That is what that implies. Ooh, but they don't want to do that. Because these are people who are so petrified of taking action.
And they're allergic to action. They're allergic to action. And they are immersed in procrastination. It's the only attitude that they've ever had with respect to the world. It's to delay, to kick the ball, to do whatever is easy in the here and now, as opposed to what will build and preserve a better world for posterity. So,
yeah, no. So it was a very long-winded answer to your question, but the ones that I would point to, Iran and Venezuela are big ones. Syria is a big one too. Doesn't get enough coverage now. It's kind of died down, but and it's this giant blemish on the world that everyone is painfully trying to ignore, and it is a horrible situation, and it continues to happen. Our detractors they're such conspiratorial nut jobs. They believe that there is a regime change war being led by the United States in Syria. Like basically the actions that we've taken, which is really just fighting ISIS. That was too far. Because we've every now and then challenged Assad's rule. We were getting into debates with people just the other day. They are still convinced that Assad didn't do nothing.
Oh, that was cringe. You're right, Reese. You're right. I remember that. These are people who are literally out there on Twitter publicly carrying water on behalf of the elites in Damascus, arguing that the dear leader, Bashar the Butcher, did not use chemical weapons, that was either a false flag or just fake news. And that not only did he not do it, but it's this huge ploy it's this false flag and whatnot to justify this regime change war, as they say, against Bashar the Butcher. But I should note here that there are a couple of really bunk and junk talking points that need to be debunked right now very quickly. The first is, even if it were true, spoiler alert, it's not. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, it was that he didn't actually do it, that it was ISIS or something, that it was a third-party actor. Hell, even let's say it was the United States to make Assad look bad. Assad killed 600,000 people with conventional means. So what they're saying is it's only bad, it's only a genocide, it's only something that would deserve a response if you do it with weapons of mass destruction. In other words, if you kill 50 million people with bullets, they're just fighting the bourgeoisie or whatever. But if you kill 200,000 people with a nuke, oh, that's this huge outrage. You use weapons of mass destruction. They literally care more about the means by which the death was carried out than by the number of the death toll. That's unbelievable. I understand that we need to set up a precedent in which chemical weapons are unacceptable, and that in a war between warring parties and combat agents, using bullets and stuff is acceptable. I understand that. But killing 600,000 people with bullets, or killing 1,000 people with chemical weapons, to me, even if he didn't do the chemical weapon attack, he still forfeited his sovereignty just from cracking down on everybody and killing them and breaking their skulls and torturing them for daring to demand representation and daring to demand what it initially started over, which was access to food, access to bread, for example, because the socialist Ba'athist system in Syria failed on that front. When it comes to the other talking point, of course, that they will get into, is that it was fake, or that all this stuff is fake. But when we look at it, of course, it was confirmed by even United Nations bodies that inspected it. The United Nations is not some neocon agency. It's not John Bolton. They all the time praise dictators and defend terrorists.
Put them on their Human Rights Council.
Put them on their Human Rights Council, where they all talk crap about Israel. And even that organization, even the United Nations, was like, oh yeah, this is a bridge too far. He's guilty. Even the UN would be the last group that would admit that he did it, because all the conflicts of interest are there to defend Assad. And even they were like, oh man, we normally defend Russia and stuff, but even North Korea, but man, he gassed those people. We're not going to deny that. Like, even they couldn't do it. It would be like if Kremlin Kyle was like, oh yeah, actually we should probably do something. Like, it's just, that's the level of legitimacy. Because if it was if it was the American Enterprise Institute that came out and said that he gassed people, if they had good credible sources and everything, I'd say, well, yeah, we should consider that. But I understand why people would say, yeah, but they're neocons, let's ignore them or whatever. This is the United Nations. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, man. I'll let you continue on though. But I just I'm so pissed by their narratives, man.
It's ridiculous that anyone continues to deny it, because there's no reason to think what they think. It's such a cockamamie, just worldview that they've tried to string together. They either believe that the rebels gassed themselves to get attention. Like, don't even get me started on how fucking insultingly stupid that is. Or the U.S. did it. I don't know why we would do it. Honestly, that's retarded. Instead of just because we needed that justification somehow. If we were going to do something, we would have just not gassed, but we would have attacked Damascus.
Yeah,
we wouldn't have attacked some rebel enclave.
America doesn't need an excuse. America could just go in, right? Like, that's what's so dumb. That's the other point that I wanted to get to about the regime change war. It's not a regime change war. It's been going on for 9 years now. If America actually wanted to do a regime change war and was serious about it, the regime would be changed, my friends. Simple as that.
The entire time that we've been even operating in Syria has been under the Obama administration and the Trump administration. These are two presidents who were not interested at all in deposing Bashar al-Assad. Not at all. But there was red lines. Yeah, they weren't interested in keeping those red lines. That is what gets me, because during this time, we've had two presidents who have been petrified of regime change war. They don't want to be remembered as W. Bush. They don't want to be remembered as Cheney. But yet, during that time, people have still claimed that we're waging regime change wars. Where? Fucking where?
Well, Kremlin Kyle even alleged that Obama waged 7 wars simultaneously.
Yeah, we were in. Oh yeah, 7 wars. We were in 7 countries. Countries that, for the most part, asked us to be there.
Like Niger literally begged America to help them deal with terrorists because they couldn't afford to do it on their own.
Yeah, so if we're fighting Al Qaeda operatives in Niger, that is not us doing a regime change war in Niger, you fucking morons.
It's so disingenuous. See, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do this interview series, and why I wanted to create this channel, was to just cut through all these bunk and junk narratives that nobody in his audience, the 700,000 subscribers, is going to think twice about, because they trust him as a reputable source to tell the truth. God. Right? So, like, I mean, to a large extent, and I've talked about this before, I can't even blame a lot of those people because they go to university and all their friends believe it, and they've trusted him from how many years ago, you know, and yet he's Russia's cow. He grazes in Russia's grass fields now. He's forward slash their cow forward slash, you know. So
their cow.
yeah, because Trump is our guy. He's their cow. So
it's depressing that anyone would use him or the Young Turks as a reputable source. This is YouTube schlock.
yeah.
Like, and let me make it clear because I know we're on YouTube. I am not a reputable source. Do not ever cite me as a reputable source. Go look it up for yourself. I am a guy giving my opinion on the information that I've seen. But I don't want to see anyone, oh, well, reset it, so it must be true. No, that's not how the world works. I want people to form their own opinions. Our detractors do not want that. They want cults of personality. They want, oh yeah, you know, don't believe these other news sources. Believe me, we're the independent news. You know, they have the gall to call themselves news. You know, you're a douchebag reading CNN articles. You're not the news. You don't have journalists out in the field.
The news.
Like, imagine the ego if I was like, oh, welcome to my news show. Like, motherfucker, this is not the news. Where's your helicopter? Where's anything? You are not the news. You're a guy sitting in front of a webcam reading some shit. That is not the news. Fuck off with that. Like, that is the epitome of horrible online political discourse. Oh, I'm going to watch this news show. You're just watching a vlog, you dumb fuck.
Well, and these are the same people who will go and criticize, say, figures on Fox News, for example, of you know, calling themselves news, but they're actually just political commentators like Sean Hannity, even though Sean Hannity himself will say, you know, hey, look, I'm not a reporter. I offer political commentary. And we'll say, you know, we're not reporters. We offer political commentary. Yet the Young Turks, they don't really do that. They have this disguise as, well, we have a few people on our payroll who go out there and talk with people around the US and ask them questions like, why don't you support $20 trillion a year for my free stuff? So we're a legit journalist outlet. I mean, it's just, it's not, it's double standards in its projection.
I mean, consider that in that example, Sean Hannity has less of an ego than some of these people online who are like, I do a news show. Not even these news commentator will call themselves journalists or reporters.
That's true. Kremlin Kyle, Kremlin Kyle in that extent, and Junk Jank, they have a bigger ego than freaking Sean Hannity. You know, I hope that gets under their skin because I know they're not really big fans of Sean Hannity. Yet at least Sean Hannity admits, hey, look, I'm just giving my opinion here. I'm a conservative or whatever. Yeah.
Sean Hannity is a professional. They are not in any way, shape, or form. Also, and we'll definitely move on, but this is a funny kind of a side comment. I love that Bernie had to retract the endorsement of John Shank, but he thus far has not retracted the Joe Rogan endorsement.
No, that's true.
I bet that Jank is like he's crying in a corner right now. Poor Jank.
Oh,
the movement that he built up just abandoned him so hard.
Both of the cringe bros, Junk Jank and Kremlin Kyle, they both got canceled within their own little justice movement, right? Because they both had to step down from Justice Democrats. And then their hero idol, well, with Junk Jank, of course, specifically, he had to withdraw or refuse the endorsement that Jank offered and say, look, okay, this is gonna do me damage, dude. I like you. You shill for me, but I gotta keep it 100, my dude. You're toxic, bro. And he couldn't even accept Junk Jank. Junk Jank, it's worth noting, since the 90s, literally since the 90s when he converted from a Republican and then started the Young Turks, he's been hardcore standing Breadline Bernie. That's his thing. Like, I mean, I've watched the Young Turks for a long time. I used to watch them unironically, like back in 2009, 2010 and whatnot. I still like Ben Mankiewicz. He's the only guy there that I
Oh
really
yeah,
like. But of course, he's a film guy. He's not the super political guy. He does
he should stick
film,
to that.
and,
He should just
and
stick to film.
he calls out Jimmy Dorn his grammar and for swearing at him and stuff. You know, he's a likable guy, even though I disagree with him on a lot of economics and stuff.
Oh,
I
that was
like him.
so epic when he yelled at Jimmy Dore.
Oh, I
Oh
loved
my
it.
god, that was awesome.
That was
He's
so
like,
awesome.
don't
Jimmy
fucking
Dore got
talk
his
to me like
punk
that.
ass checked. He got put in line by a respectful gentleman right there. You know, Ben Mankiewicz.
That was iconic. He got right in his face, and he's like, because Jimmy Dore's just doing his typical temper tantrum, screaming. Ben Mankiewicz is like, don't fucking talk to me like that, fucking ever. Don't talk to me like that. I'm your boss. Like, don't. I signed your check, asshole. Don't
You know
talk
what
to
it
me like that.
reminded me of? There's this GIF from a few years ago. I'm not sure if you can find it anymore, but there's like this iguana or whatever walking around this orange cat and just kind of like getting in his face and stuff. And then the orange cat was just like had enough of it or whatever. So he like taps his face, like, I'm done, dude. Like, he's just like, I'm done, because it's like, to Ben's a mature guy. He's like, oh, here Jimmy goes again. Let's hear what Neckbeard Jim has to say. And then he's like, because he's a pretty calm guy, Ben Mankiewicz, but then he's like, yeah, but your attitude, it's not really working out. Somebody needs to put you in line. Apparently your parents never taught you any self-respect or manners, because Jimmy talked to him the same way that he would talk to like Alex Jones or something. And he even said, he's like, oh, well, you're with the bad guys or whatever. You support Hillary Clinton and all this. And then Ben
that was the context, because
and
even
Ben's
though
like, I'm a progressive, dude.
they were covering Republicans, obviously, because they were at the RNC, but
Yeah.
they Jimmy Dore still thought it was an opportune moment to bitch about Hillary getting the nomination, and he was going on about his like never Hillary, like, oh, I'll never vote for her. And Ben's like, dude, grow the fuck up.
No, I loved it. I loved it because nobody at that entire network prior to that, for all those years, ever had the gall to say to Jimmy, hey, look, dude, you're a man-child, grow the hell up. And then Ben was like, for once he met some resistance. And he was like, oh crap. I'm sure he felt very embarrassed, but he has a lot of pride. So he had to basically demean Ben as being a corporate shill and whatnot, even though Ben Mankiewicz is about as progressive as it gets in the mainstream, at least. So,
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like
Like,
to try to paint him as like, oh yeah, he's like a centrist. Like, we're talking about Ben Mankiewicz, you dumb
Ben
fuck.
Mankiewicz.
He started TYT.
It's like calling Sean Hannity an SJW or something. It's like it's just, it'd be like, if Nazbol Nick Fuentes, I'm sure he has before, called Sean Hannity, oh, well, you're just like the SJW libs or whatever. It's like, that's how far out of line, that's how fringe and cringe Neckbeard Jimmy is.
Yeah, luckily they don't let him on the TYT panel too much lately, from what I see.
He had to leave. He became too toxic for them. They
relegated him. They're like, okay, we're gonna give you your show, and you just stay the fuck away from us, Jimmy, because
he is no longer affiliated with the Young Turks. He left over their criticism. Now, this is speculation. I did a video of it when he quit and he branched away from them. I believe it was back in May of 2019. My speculation was that it was because Anna Kasparian in particular, but also to some extent Jank, were critical of Tulsi Gabbard because they saw her as being too hawkish or whatever on the war on terror, whereas Jimmy Dore thinks that she's the only hope to end the regime change wars. So they split over that. So they canceled each other basically, and their fan base is separate now. Jimmy's more like the dirtbag Chapos, and the Young Turks is like the hashtag whatever woke movement of the day meme, and I'll just say really quickly, I put out a tweet last night. I said, spoiler alert, everybody gets canceled sooner or later. It's a meme. It's a meme. Even you to the viewer right now, to you watching this, you'll get canceled eventually. Just give it time. Everybody gets canceled. So
yeah, that is it's especially a big thing now because of the Joe Rogan bombshell. And I put out my thoughts. This is kind of going off topic, but My thoughts were very succinct, very, very simplified. I don't care. This is not my fight. I have no dog in the race. I hate both sides. So it's basically just like watching a war from the outside. I want them to destroy each other. It's kind of funny.
It's funny.
Like, and part of me, part of me is obviously like, well, I don't agree with all these things that were said about Rogan. But then again, some of the things said about him are hard to deny.
Yeah.
And Joe Rogan, I mean, like, people are getting on his case for all this stupid shit that doesn't matter. Joe Rogan, first and foremost, is a conspiracy nut job.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make that clear. He has promoted birtherism. He has promoted the Seth Rich conspiracy theory. He has promoted Pizzagate. He's promoted a lot of the WikiLeaks and Julian Assange shit. This is a bad news guy. This is not a helpful contributor to the political discourse. All these people who are like, oh yeah, the mainstream is so afraid of Joe Rogan's influence. Dude, I'm afraid of this influence. I am afraid of so millions of impressionable idiots watching some Pizzagate shit and thinking, yeah, man, that's legit, man. Like that's real news right there. Unlike what those corporate shills are telling us.
Well, Reese, it's comparable to when Alex Jones had the ear of Donald Trump. Do you all remember that era when Donald Trump would get calls from Alex Jones and actually accept those calls, just as he would from, say, Joe Scarborough or Mike Pence? Like, he would go through his day back in like 2015, 2016, and he would have a conversation with like Joe Scarborough, call into MSNBC, and then he'd have, conversation lunch with Mike Pence, and they talk about, conservative agenda or whatever. And then he'd go on and talk with some generals like Mad Dog Mattis and stuff. And then he'd talk with Alex Jones, and they're all the same. They're all the same. Like, literally. And Alex Jones was like, oh yeah, the president, he's with us and everything. And Alex Jones would just tell him about the atrazine and how it turns the friggin' frogs gay, and how, the vaccines in the water, they turn the frogs autistic, like all that.
Never, thinking back on that, I'm actually somewhat grateful he stopped and started talking to Tucker. Like, Tucker is a step up.
That was a step up. Trump realized that he needed to get people that were more reasonable around him. So he went to the Russian cow, Tucker Carlson. So it's getting we've gotten a bit tangential here. It's been fun, but I'm going to move on to the next question. I was going to ask, and we talked about this to some extent before we went live, but just to kind of rehash this a bit, what do you say, or what are your thoughts on the AstroTurf memes and the allegations that anyone that would have the foreign policy crystallized view that figures such as yourself and myself have must be paid by any number of institutions or people that are included in triple parentheses? How would you respond?
That's a good phrasing of the question. I would ask those people where my check is. I'm still waiting on my Soros check. That never showed up. So my Boeing check it's probably going to take even longer. I mean, like.
Well, I hear Raytheon has a really effective and efficient payment system. They just updated their payment network, so hopefully get some Raytheon cash.
That's who I should have gone to. Now they tell me. See, Kevin has the connections, if you know what I mean. People. Okay, so I was talking to you a little bit about that before we went live. It is obviously wildly insulting. It's a lot of people who they're so full of themselves they can't even contemplate that somebody disagrees with them legitimately. Oh, if you disagree with me, you must be paid. Like, yeah, thanks for the conspiracy theories. I don't get paid by anybody. Like, and I like, this isn't like something that we're even making up. I have been accused for years of being a paid shill by the Zionists, by whoever, by Soros, by whoever you want to insert in there, that just gets the conspiracy theorist rocks off. I would love to see this money. because I don't have it. I regret to tell you all. Nor would I do it. I don't need to be paid to defend American national security. It is just that important of an issue. And my opinions are all my own. If I were really trying to make money, I would have a channel like Kyle's.
We're bad. 15,000 a month Patreon.
Yeah, I would. Every video would be me saying, "Hey guys, remember the Iraq War and Medicare for all and this and that." And guess what? And then I'd make apologetics for communism. I'd be like a Vouch channel.
Vouch. Yeah.
However you say his fucking name. And
yeah, well, I mean, he people say Vouch, Vouch, douche. Yeah, douche.
Douche.
If
I had a channel like Douche, guess what? I would be making a shit ton of money.
5,000 a month.
Ton of money.
We're bad.
I'd be up at Jordan Peterson levels here.
Oh yeah. No. But these guys, they call out money in politics. They're against money in politics. Kremlin Kyle, he talks about it all the time, how it influences the media and the political process. Money in politics. Yeah.
My question to that is, what's worse, being funded by a successful company that is that's full of industry movers and is a pivotal source of America's prosperity, or being funded by fucking idiots? That's my question.
It's even worse than that. It's even worse than that, because I have seen studies that show that the average Congress member has a net worth right before they even enter Congress in excess of $1 million. So minus all their debts, everything, they're still worth over $1 million in the black. So for them, if they get a $10,000 political donation or something, that might influence their votes. For some of them, it might. Let's just keep it real. But who is it going to influence more? Somebody who might get 5% or 10% of their net worth in a year as political donations or something? Or is it Kremlin Kyle, where at this point, I'm sure he has very little in savings? Maybe I'm wrong. Same with like Nick Fuentes, all those guys. I'm sure they spend a lot of their money on swag and stuff. Me, I'm just reading into it. But, they don't strike me as people that are necessarily aiming to save like 70% of their money or whatever. They get a huge percentage of their income, even perhaps 100% of their income each month, to say a political message. So if Kremlin Kyle woke up tomorrow as a neocon, would we ever hear about it? Because if a Congress member changed their mind, they might actually cross aisles because they could afford to. But could Kremlin Kyle? Probably not. So
no, absolutely not. I mean, like that is really the stake through the heart point. Their income is reliant on them saying the same shit, covering the same kinds of stories, having that same opinion. They're never allowed to evolve their views. It is not financially beneficial to them. Now, someone like me, it doesn't matter. Like I can change my mind. And there would be no financial consequence of that. So of all people to suggest that and probably even you have gotten this accusation.
Oh, I've gotten it too. I've been accused of being a trust fund AstroTurf baby and all this stuff. And I'll say very quickly, the other day, I don't really want to give him much attention or anything, but it's worth pointing out because I'm sure a lot of the people in the audience know this guy's work. He's a scumbag and everything. But the third-rate political cartoonist and Jew hater Stone Toss, if any of you guys have seen his cartoons, he called me AstroTurf. He said that I was an AstroTurf account, basically paid by the neocons on Twitter, the deep state on Twitter, to tweet. Where's my check? Like, where do I call the deep state? Does anybody have an extension? Like, what's the extension to reach the deep state? Like, I know their number, but what's the extension to reach the deep state? Because every time I call, it's just their secretary,
Oh man, you're still waiting on the Soros check, man.
Still waiting on Soros. I'm still waiting on, I got Soros, I got Bolton, I got, the trilateral commission or whatever it's called. I got Bilderberg. I got so many accounts payable right now that I got to come in or accounts receivable rather that I got, and yet they never show up. Where's the money? That's to all the
where's the money?
Watching this. Where's my money?
Where's the
Like,
money, dopey?
I mean,
Oh,
it's just,
terrible.
it's like when, I mean, it's amazing to me, these allegations, because I will point out before we move on here, and we talked about this on your streams in the past, but that we do not have the same level of projection to our opponents. We don't behave disingenuously towards them in this
No.
sense, because I would never for a second accuse a fan of Kyle Kalinske or Jimmy Dore, or Abby Martin, or Jesse Ventura, or any of these people, Len Greenwald, any of their fans and avid readers, of being paid. In fact, I would argue they probably spend more money. They spend money on the internet connection, me a subscription, Patreon money. They are at a net loss for it. They're not getting paid to say war bad. They're paying to say war bad and be told war bad. I wouldn't accuse them of being paid. Now, Abby Martin in particular, she is paid by the Venezuelan regime, but I'm talking about like their supporters, the people that I get into it from time to time, and who always try to bait me into, debate me, bro, which by and large I'm not inclined to do anymore. But back when I had more energy and more time for it, that was often something that they would allege towards me, but I never accused them of being funded by Russia, so.
Yeah,
Or
no.
funded by North Korea, or funded by Hamas or Iran. But they accuse me of being funded by Israel. So
there are obvious exceptions like Martin, but the average person, I'm not going to. I think that they just are genuinely idiotic and misguided. No one, no one's gonna pay random Twitter user Poonmaster69 to shill for Russia. No, they really just are that masochistic. They'll do it.
They don't
themselves.
need to. They don't need to. The Russian government, they're stretched for cash. They have some money to pay some people who make memes in St. Petersburg and distribute them to the Western social media, memes in English. And they don't need to pay people on 4chan to promote it, because they know that they'll do it themselves. Like, why would you pay somebody? Like, if you could choose, if somebody came to your house and said, like, I'll clean your house, I'll do all this stuff, and you don't need to pay me, would you pay them or would you not pay them? They're willing to do it either way. Well, it depends. If you're a billionaire and whatnot and you feel generous, maybe you pay them. But if you're poor, like fascist Russia is, and you can barely pay the bills each month, yeah, you're not going to pay them. So
it's free PR, man.
Yeah.
They're just like, they're just sitting back, taking advantage of it. Every now and then, Assad will welcome a Damascus limo tour for Blumenthal and Kalik, and they'll come in and they'll tour the wonderful city. And,
the Gabbard.
Oh yeah, well, obviously her. So they can talk about peace. Oh, fuck that.
Oh man.
Luckily, that's, if there's another positive thing I can say about people for people of our persuasion, Tulsi Gabbard is pretty much out of this election.
Yes.
So, yes. At long last, she's still, she's the kind of person, she's still running. She's not going to, she's going to spend every last cent and just waste everyone's time. And of course I guess we'll talk about this in a minute too. She's doing her lawsuit.
Yes, no, we were going to get to that. Of course, the lawsuit.
I will save that. But luckily, she's not in the debates anymore. Luckily, a lot of these people aren't in the debates anymore. I was so tired of the debates being like a full stage, like
2 nights,
several months in. It's like, okay, clearly the DNC is bad at organizing this entire kerfuffle.
They messed it up so badly that 5 months through the debate cycle, or 4 months through the debate cycle, there were more people present at the debate than there were on the first night, the first debate. That is unheard of. It's like anti-playoffs or whatever. It's like, as you go deeper into playoff season, you have more teams competing. Like, what? It's like, the guys that lost, 100-0, and just got booted out and didn't qualify for playoffs. Well, now we've gone 2 months into playoffs. Oh, those guys are back. They could win. They could win everything. They could win the championship.
They could win everything.
They could win it all. They can win it all. It's just, this is a level of fringe and cringe that our political discourse is operating on today. It's a joke. It's like an Onion article, my man. Like, oh man.
We should have been losing people with each consecutive debate. But there were debates where there were more people than the previous debate, and that is just the sign of failure.
It's just, I mean, it's just, it would be the same as, well, like I said, with the anti-playoffs or whatever. I mean, it would be the same as that happening, for example, and then the team that was first to, amongst the first to not make it in the playoffs comes back and then wins, and then they have their championship ceremony and they hand out the trophy and everything. It would be like, at some point somebody would have to say, wait, this is BS. Like, yet that never really happened. Everybody was like, oh, okay, we have more people now. This is cool. Like, it's the level of complacency that bothers me, It wasn't a big deal that they screwed it up. And of course, you could say, well, it's a minor thing. It's just a debate cycle or whatever. But that culture of mediocrity, that culture of, oh, it's okay, so that just happened now, we're not going to do anything about it. That's the same attitude with North Korea. It's the same attitude with Iran. It's the same. It's passive. It's weak. It's low standards.
It reminds me, because this relates to a bit of an argument I got into today. Luckily, I didn't let it drag on too long. Basically, I'll give people like 3 replies at most. And if the issue has not been sorted by then, we're done talking, because I have things to do. I don't need to sit around all day talking to idiots.
Yeah, you've got interview shows to come on.
Yeah, man. I got places to be, people to talk to. Kevin Castley, namely.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. We are going to get moving to the next question, though. And this one we've already kind of gone over a bit, but if you'd like to elaborate a bit further, of course, I wrote these questions out before our conversation, so of course some will have overlap. This question is, how do you feel about the current state of discourse and or international relations discourse in politics? I mean, I guess we've probably already to some extent talked about that, but I really just want to kind of get into, the narratives, the memes, all this stuff that's out there, and just how you think about just, the state of the discussion, the playing field that we're in, the Overton window, so to speak.
We've talked about it a little bit. There are things to like, and there are a lot of things to not like. It could definitely, it's not overall at a good point. It could be so much better, and it's obviously related to the current administration more than anything. I think that they have been far too apologetic to hostile enemy nations, and not very accommodating of friendly nations for the most part. And that is just a terrible combination, because when we actually need the assistance of nations that have historically been allied with us, for the most part, they're nowhere to be seen, because they're just like, you know what, this guy's really not inspiring confidence in us. There's no clear plan. And again, with Trump, it never really is a plan anyway. Just look at Iran. It was very much, we're going to do with Soleimani, we're going to do one tough thing, and then we're not really going to follow through on any of the potential outcomes of that would have been much more productive. No, I mean, like within the next day or two, they're basically surrendering and saying, okay, we'll negotiate something now. It's like, well, we've already entered a state where negotiations are in the past. We've entered a state in which we are realistically at a war with this country. You've made this power move. You better have had a plan of what you were going to do with it. And we can blame a lot of that on Trump and probably Tucker Carlson's counsel more than anything. Very, very unfortunate. And I'm just waiting for somebody to offer a better alternative, one in which America, sorry, my voice is cracking, one in which America remains a superpower, clamps down on rogue states, does not tolerate any of that bullshit, And I'm not really hearing it. There is not a candidate who represents me fully. You can point to Biden, and I like Biden fine, and I certainly don't. I mean, forget about liking Biden. I simply just don't dislike him as much as so many other, hysterical people do. But
Right.
a lot of the things that I like about Biden, him being tough on crime, him believing in border control, him being for deposing Saddam Hussein.
Yeah. Damn.
These are wildly unpopular positions in the modern day Democratic Party. These are things that he is not allowed to say. He might still think a lot of these things. He might still have the same reasoning, like, well, I'm still against crime and I'm still against open borders. Oh, but you can't say that, man. You can't say that. So he's keeping mum. And unfortunately, these totally just common sense positions have been put on the defensive in the modern day. And I didn't want the Democratic Party to ever become that, because it's unheard of, really. The Democratic Party, for the longest time, they had some economic differences with the Republicans, but obviously they believed in border control. Obviously they believed in pursuing American interests. Obviously they were against giant crime waves. But we've just entered a really unfortunate era for the party, and they're trying to keep up with other trends of leftist thinking, and it's doomed to fail, basically.
Yeah.
Because there is no accommodating these very differing worldviews into one political party. This is a small, vocal minority who they're anti-ICE. They don't believe in border control. They are against American interests. They are against, they are pro-crime, pretty much. They don't think that a lot of crime should be prosecuted or even pursued in that fashion. And they have spent the last couple of years trying to hijack the Democratic Party. There is no room for these people.
Yeah.
If the party wants to maintain any kind of appeal to just the normal base, normal people, they need to say no to this. There is still time. There's absolutely still time. A lot of these Justice Democrat figures, they've obviously gained some notoriety for themselves. It is a small number of people, though, in the large scheme of things. It is not too late to vote them out, and it is not too late to vote somebody better in. If they really want to save their party, if they really want to win this next election, they need to prove that they are not going to elect their own version of Trump, that they are not just going to throw long-standing principles to the wind and just say, fuck it, we're going to be a party of demagogues from here on out. No. They need to get serious about that. And that is absolutely related to the foreign policy debate. I want an alternative to this current administration, because as far as I see it, it's unacceptable. And I am largely, the majority of the time, displeased with the way they conduct foreign policy. We need an alternative, and I'm waiting for someone to present it. And sadly, I really don't think they're going to, at least not publicly. Maybe if one of these moderates get into office, maybe they will conduct a reasonable foreign policy. But as we were discussing earlier, Joe Biden, we cannot forget, he was the vice president during the Obama administration. And there was plenty of isolationist nonsense happening then too. They were not nearly as invested in American interests as they could have been. And I hate to be put in a position where I'm relying on him when he might have Ben Rhodes hanging around as an alternative to Trump. Mm-hmm. That is a terrible place for America to be. If we get two, it would technically be 3 consecutive presidencies in which we have just lost so much ground and so much influence in the world. At some point, you have to wonder if that can be overcome. At some point, you have to wonder if anyone is going to be able to salvage that. Think how much effort went into getting America into the position of power it is today. We don't want to go through that again.
Yeah, there is a point of no return that even if now I think it's a little ways off still, but at which point, even if you had a base talk with political will come in and say, oh yeah, I want to bring back American hegemony, it would be too late because communist Chinese and fascist Russian hegemony in the world is to the extent such that they control Eurasia and America is relegated to the hegemon of the American continents and South and North America, and that could last a long time, even with lower political will. But even then, of course, and we talked earlier with Venezuela, they are still creeping in to our backyard. And when I've gotten into these debates with people that defend the party line in the Kremlin, that rehash the Nutter Noam Chomsky talking points about imperialism and whatnot, they'll often say that any action outside of Western Europe or North America by the U.S. or by coalition forces is a breach of Russia's sphere of influence. But they don't extend that same spheres of influence theory to the Americas. They love it when Venezuela hosts nuclear bombers for Russia. They love it. They love it when Cuba rejects America and supports and provides bases to the Russian Navy and Air Force and whatnot, which they did in the past. Today, they're more benign with respect to that. But that could change. That could change. So
the door is certainly open for them to move back in. Cuba is not on our side in any regard. And if more pressure were put on Maduro, I can see him going to Cuba because they are big supporters of the Maduro regime.
And Ben Rhodes and Obama legitimized the Cuban regime. They wanted to trade with them and be peaceful buddies with them. So, and forgive their executing 50,000 people for various quote unquote political crimes, being gay, stuff like that, that's deemed liberal bourgeois, F word tree, that kind of stuff. So
yeah, no, it's the future's a bit grim, but there are positive elements to it because I do hope that in some regard, obviously, Tulsi Gabbard was not well liked by a lot of the base she was trying to appeal to. I hope that a lot of people really look at that, really examine this person and her platform and say, what do we take issue with here? There's obviously a lot to take issue with. I hope that more people come to their senses. I hope that people come across streams like this and realize, you don't have to fall in line with every young person. You don't have to regard the Young Turks as a reputable source.
Yes.
You can do your own research. You can look into these issues yourself, and you can support the national security of your own nation over the foreign policy interests of enemy nations.
Yes, that's not mutually exclusive. If you're a millennial, if you're a Zoomer out there, because I know they call me a boomer all the time because I'm a neocon and all this stuff. They'll call you a boomer and all this, or they'll accuse me of being a Jew and everything. It's like, classic anti-Semitic BS, but a lot of it is just a generational thing. I personally, I'm 26. I'm a millennial. And I can say, one of the reasons why I get up and why I do this channel and why I do what I do is to provide an alternative out there. It's not to change the mind of Kremlin Kyle. I mean, he wouldn't even debate me anyway. Even if I had more subscribers than him, he wouldn't debate me, right? But it's not about changing his mind. It's not about changing his mind. And even if I did change his mind inside his head, he could admit it because then he would lose his income source and not be able to pay rent because he probably hasn't saved very much of it. But the thing is, when it comes down to it, though, a lot of those people are not evil. A lot of his fans are not the most despicable people in the world. They're just people who want to be liked by their friends, want to not be thrown out of parties, and they happen to have an interest in politics or whatever. And everybody that they know watches Kremlin Kyle. Maybe they got into him because he used to talk about, secularism, atheism, whatnot, agnosticism, that sort of stuff, those issues. Maybe they liked his stance on drugs and stuff, that maybe they wanted legal drugs. So then the foreign policy came along with it as baggage. Maybe they don't necessarily care too much about foreign policy initially, but being part of that clique, that cult, they became inculcated with this deep-seated set of assumptions that sees America as the bad guy, where they take the memes and the narratives of Nutter Noam Chomsky, snoring and boring. He's a really boring guy, but he has a lot of influence with these people. And they get rehashed by people with more energy, like Kyle and Jimmy and whatnot. Those people are not too far gone. Those people can easily come back. If it were all of a sudden cool and all their friends at the parties and stuff saw America as badass, which that wasn't that far off. That happened with a lot of people back in 2003. There were a lot of people who were really pro-USA and stuff. If there was a liberal equivalent to that, those people would be liberal hawks, because they by and large, don't necessarily, a lot of his fans, a lot of the people that watch him are not 100% pure conviction type ideologues. A lot of them haven't seen an alternative. And so they like his stance on drugs, so they take his foreign policy at default too, but they don't really think through it. So we're out there saying, the both of us, Reese, you're for like legalizing marijuana, right? I'm for legalizing marijuana.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So you can be a hawk and also not be, Margaret Thatcher when it comes to drugs and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
that's really the important message for so many people online. You don't need to fall into a pre-packaged political faction. You don't. You can be your own person. You don't need to be affiliated with the Groypers or whoever. You can just be you. You can have a wide myriad of opinions. Me talking about this issue, I have made some strange bedfellows. I will tell you that. Sometimes it goes a little too far, but I'm there's another guy I know that you're planning on having him on, Wyatt something. What's his name?
Wyatt Claypool. I'll just speak about him very briefly because I talked with him a bit and he expressed to some extent some interest in coming on at some point. He's just created a new paper in Canada, in Alberta. It's largely focused on Albertan and Canadian national politics, especially on economic issues and everything. But he's a social conservative. But he's not the kind like Tucker Carlson where he praises our enemies and says, in Russia, they're look at what they do to the gays. That's based or whatever. He's a social conservative that respects human rights and democracy and wants to change people's minds within a democracy, basically, for his worldview. I don't agree with him on everything, right? But he's a good guy and he's on our side at the end of the day when it comes to supporting the democratic process. He's somebody who's not too insecure about his views, that he feels that the only way that he could have those views enacted is by siding with our enemies. Like that's what I see with a lot of the people that are like the Groypers, where they've given up on democracy. They see the only way that conservatives could ever win or whatever as being, we need to have Russia take over the world. So they align with that. Whereas, there are some social conservatives out there that see it as, well, that's kind of a weak cop-out move. That's kind of a treasonous move. They still defend our institutions, and they don't believe in authoritarianism. They might believe in social conservatism and whatnot, and we can have debates around that. But they're at the end of the day still good actors, and so he's just started a new paper, the New Telegraph, and they're growing big right now because they call it like Justin Trudeau, for example, after Iran. And we haven't really talked about this yet, but Iran shot down a passenger plane, and everybody knows it's Iran. Some people are just being disingenuous about it, and killed a huge number of Canadians. And Justin Trudeau is the last person in the country to call them out. He has only apologetics for them, and is super weak, super soft, and nothing's going to come of it. And Ukraine. as well. Zelensky, his administration, they right from the moment it happened said, "Oh, it was an engine failure. We don't want to have to talk tough with Iran." Failure. Everybody's too afraid to deal with Iran. I got news: Iran is not the USSR in 1976. They don't have 40,000 nukes pointed at us. They're not a monolith. They're a weak government, a weak regime on the verge of economic collapse, where their stock market is a complete bubble and everybody knows it's a bubble. And the only reason their people even invest in the Tehran Stock Exchange is because they are not allowed to invest anywhere else. Their economy is in shambles. They would be so easy to destroy, even without necessarily having a war, even if there was the political will to fund the opposition, you know? So that's kind of my view on that. But
yeah, no. I brought up Wyatt Claypool mostly because I find it interesting. I'm fine with having some disagreements here and there. And I obviously have disagreements with probably a lot of the conservative views and the Protestantism and some economic views probably. But this is a notable agreement. And I think that is a big hurdle for a lot of people to get over. A lot of people on the left did not ever want to consider that they agreed with John McCain, that they agreed with Mitt Romney, that they agreed with Marco Rubio. I have plenty of disagreements with all of these people, and or even Bolton. I've got disagreements with Bolton, and I will gladly talk about them. But that doesn't mean that I disagree with everything. And I can understand a good point when it's made. And that is not that shouldn't be seen as, oh my God, you're selling out. No,
well,
because all that does is promote partisan thinking.
Yeah,
that leads so many people. Obviously, there's the problem on the right. There's a lot of the Pat Buchanan infused Nick Fuentes types. So you can be an isolationist on the right, but I think that it's always been a more notable phenomenon on the left because they are not allowed to think anything outside of the group. They're absolutely not.
But Reese, you're not a sellout if you're on the left and you hang out with Tucker Carlson and think that Pat Buchanan was right about American imperialism. You're not a sellout if you like Alex Jones on foreign policy. You're not a sellout if you like what's his name? Like some of these right-wing kinds of people have to say about, the U.S. military and stuff. Like, in other words, if you're Takey Tulsi or if you're Jimmy Dore and you hang out with Richard Spencer, for example, or something, or Alex Jones, and you're not going to be accused of being a sellout because you'll say, well, he understands that America is an evil empire that's into sending American white lives to die or whatever. I just
for the Jews.
I just disagree on the anti-Semitism, which, by the way, I wish that we could dispel just across the board with the pretense that the left agrees with Richard Spencer on the foreign policy, but doesn't agree with the anti-Semitic narrative. No, they're both deeply anti-Semitic. Look at UK politics if you want to see an honest left-wing anti-Semitism, as opposed to this, oh, well, you're actually anti-Semitic or whatever from the American Democrats, like Ilhan Omar and whatnot. They'll shy away from it or try to flip it on you. Whereas in the UK, they'll be like, yeah, I'm a socialist and I hate Jews. Jews are capitalist pigs. Like, they're more honest about it by and large. And the UK labor movement. I wish that the American far left would also be honest about it and not have that pretense of wokeness.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword because, luckily, the anti-Semites in America have never come that close to, gaining the presidency, really.
Oh, yeah, it would expose them. It would immediately disqualify them. That's why I hope they are honest, right? So
some people will point to Trump. Trump says like really appalling things about every group of people. I tend to not take it so seriously because Trump is an idiot. Like I don't have it in me to be, oh, Trump said something a little off color again. Like basically if I did that, that's all I would talk about. So it's not the same. It doesn't carry the same vitriol as it does from a Linda Sarsour. It just doesn't. Yeah. When Trump talks about demographics and groups of people, he just sounds like an ignoramus. No one No one in their right mind should be offended by that. They should just feel pity for this moron who's blathering on. Like, they should just be like, oh my God, this poor guy. Just shut the fuck up, grandpa. Really?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Whereas with Linda Sarsour, it's this deep-seated, hatred of Jews, right? Whereas with Trump, it's, it's the last person in the room. Oh, he talked with Steve Bannon last. Oh, okay. So there was 5 people on both sides at Charlottesville. Like, he says it without really thinking about it, right? That sort of thing.
He doesn't think about anything.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to, because he has sycophants who will defend anything.
That's
and
right.
He doesn't actually care about his position. It's something he only did it because he wanted the prestige of it.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about the job. He doesn't care who he offends. He's never had to care about that at any point in his life. Why would he start caring now? 70 years into his life.
Reese, I've got several more questions left.
Okay.
I wrote down here, what do you make of the current situation with Iran? But we've already talked about that to some extent. However, I'm going to go and fill my water, and I'll be back in about a minute or so. So if you'd like to speak a bit further on the Iranian situation, we have 15 people watching still, which is pretty good for a first interview series. So on a channel with 200 subs. So,
Absolutely. That's a big percentage. You do what you need to do, man. I'll be here.
Yep. Be back in a minute.
It's up to me to entertain the masses. It's a tall order right there. So anyway, how's everyone doing? Yeah, we did kind of speak about Iran earlier. Obviously, I would like to see more done about it. Active efforts to push a regime change in Iran, considering how just unacceptable the current government is and what a thorn in the side they are to Western interests and regional stability and everything like that. You know the story. You get it. I'm preaching to the choir here. You understand. But it is a shame that there are so many people who think that the current situation in Iran is just the way to go. Reese, was Libya better under Gaddafi or now? That's not really my concern. Like, we stepped in barely. We helped rebels not get absolutely slaughtered by their tyrannical government. So if you're going to have that premise, then you need to sit there and say that you're okay with the idea of Muammar Gaddafi slaughtering his people. I think that we could have done more, honestly. But you have to keep in mind that was done by an administration that was not interested in regime change wars. They didn't want to be remembered as the W. Bush era 2.0. Neon noir, you fucking cunt. Go fuck yourself, you tanky piece of shit. I don't owe an explanation of anything to you. Scum of the earth. Anybody else? I will talk to you. Kevin's got a big jug of water. What about Saddam? What about Saddam? What kind of full sentences, my dude? I'm done talking to you anyway.
Oh man. I just came back out from the hallway and I hear some profanity being uttered at the chat. Are you scaring away my my hands?
Hey man, it was a tanky. It was well deserved.
Oh, we have a tanky in chat.
Yeah, we have a legitimate Soviet Union apologist in the chat.
Oh, what a lovely blessing from the hot gods! They have bestowed upon us a tanky to keep us lively and entertained upon this lovely evening.
Kevin has a big jug. That's gonna be a meme. You were taking a while, so I was like, "Don't worry, guys. Kevin's got a big jug. He's gonna fill it up."
Oh man! So
we're not gonna ban the tanky, but
I don't ban. Like, unless you make literal threats or something or illegal crap. Oh, free speech. We're free speech here.
Now that said, I'm done addressing the tanky. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm not answering your questions. When we get to the Q&A part, you are dead to me, essentially.
Is this neon noir?
Yes, yes, it is.
Oh, I was already. He was already on the list. He's not. We're not asking.
He's on the list, the
There,
shit list.
yeah, no, I have seen that account show up on some of my other videos before. He's having a laugh, and he's a sock from one of the hot gangers who one of the hot gang members who just
Oh,
wants
is he
that.
really? Is it Henry? Is it Henry again?
If it's Henry, I gotta say, yeah,
You
the
got
only
me.
reason,
You definitely got me if you're Henry.
or there is another possibility. He actually seriously does have like 5 tabs of Sputnik News and 2 of Russia Today open, and another of the copy of Das Kapital, which he has read 16 times, and a Richard Spencer lecture open, and Jared Taylor in another tab. That's also a possibility that he's an actual tanky, but
don't look at my history. That's all I'm going to say. Don't look at my search history.
So we are
It was so funny, actually. When we were doing the Groiper stream, I remember that like I was researching some conspiracy that they had about Dan Crenshaw, and it led me to a Daily Stormer article. So I kind of just mentioned offhand, like, "Oh yeah, I have a Daily Stormer article handy." And like everyone in the chat started freaking out. They were like, "Oh my god!"
Freaking out. Reese, the academics were right. Reese actually is alt-right. It's like, oh man. I mean, I read I read a lot of different stuff, and so yeah, no, we've got the tanky right now. I'm not going to get into it, but the tanky right now trying to obfuscate and trying to do some gymnastics and whatnot. No, we're onto your game. The Nazbol gang is real. They're socially conservative racists who support socialism. Because few things are more socialist than building walls to keep everybody out. And now I'm not for open borders, mind you. I'm for reasonable immigration policy. But, a lot of their aesthetics and everything are mutually drawn from Stalin and Hitler. It's not, we're the comrades, we're the enlightened comrades. No, don't give me any of that. I'm done. And I've talked about this before. Just before I get into the next question, I just want to say I actually have more respect, and I can appreciate them more, the honest tankies who say, yeah, we want power, and if we get power, we're going to do purges, and it's going to be like old school Soviet Union stuff, rather than these tankies and communists who try to say, oh, it wasn't true communism, and if you give power to us, we'll be like Trotsky or whatever. No, the only reason why Trotsky looks any bit reasonable is because he lost the power struggle. If he prevailed, guess what? All those plans, those economic plans of starvation and mass industrialization at the expense of the people that Stalin did, guess where he got those ideas from? Socialism in one country was Trotsky's branding first, but he lost the power struggle. They were both brutal comrades, but Stalin was a more brutal comrade. I shouldn't say more brutal comrade. He was a more cunning comrade who was smart enough to win, so he was able to exercise his brutality. And so Trotsky looks like he didn't do nothing. But no, I'm done with it. They're all bad. I can appreciate the honest tankies more that say, yeah, give me that totalitarianism. At least you're an honest salesman. So we're going to move on here.
Absolutely.
I got a question for Reese. Are you hopeful or pessimistic or neutral about the future of Western and American foreign policy discourse and action?
Well, we kind of got into this before. Largely pessimistic, but it could always flip around. There could always be somebody who sees, an opening to step in and to be an actual alternative to the discourse that is happening currently. I don't know who that would be exactly, but I know that could always happen. And I also have hope that Trump will not define the future of his party. That when they get somebody else, inevitably, that they might be more of a Romney type. They might, and sure, I'll have plenty of disagreements. Yeah. Absolutely. And I'm willing to discuss those disagreements. But you know what? At least we'll have somebody, a very prominent person, a person who could attain a high position of power, who takes America's threats seriously. That is all I'm asking for. I really don't think I'm asking for that much. I'm simply asking for Americans to care about American interests. That's all. And if that cannot be achieved, then this country really has failed in a bigger way than could have been anticipated. You cannot maintain a liberal world order just by chance or just by will alone. It's going to take action. It's going to take people willing to step up and to economically pressure hostile nations. If they're not willing to do that, then they don't actually care about keeping this country safe. They don't care about the people in the country. They care about briefly looking good. Ooh, let me get my Nobel Peace Prize. And guess what? Your Nobel Peace Prize isn't going to mean jack shit when your mansion blows up. Okay? When your mansion is burning and your Nobel Peace Prize melts, it's not going to mean a whole lot.
Not going to mean that much. Not going to mean that much. No, that is an excellent response. That's more or less. I'm a bit more. I've done videos in the past. I'm a bit more optimistic actually, because I feel like Trump, in particular, being such a divisive and provocative kind of guy, he's turned a lot of people in the right wing side of things really off to that populist isolationism. And I feel like once the establishment, so to speak, GOP gets back in, they will reverse course and realize, that was a disaster. And even if they don't do it for the sake of foreign policy, I feel that going back to Bush type foreign policy will just come with disavowing Trump, but because this isolationism will be associated with Trump, it's been rendered toxic, at least on the right wing side of things, And of course, we've got more questions to get to. I've got several more here. I'm going to move on to.
I will say one last thing about that is, I don't think the Republicans, it's going to take a long time for them to really even somewhat redeem themselves in the eyes of so many people. Like, they are going to have to, and granted, they might just have a base that doesn't care for the most part. We'll see what happens to the base after Trump is no longer a thing. Is Trump going to turn into the new Reagan? Jesus, I hope not.
Well, those people, though, when Trump did take out Soleimani, there were a lot of Trump supporters that used to be all war bad that defended him. So I feel that the Republicans...
They were still saying war bad, though. Even Charlie Kirks of the world were saying that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I did see people that were Trump supporters on Twitter and Facebook that were seriously calling him, a strong leader and stuff for taking the same action that Bush would have taken. To me, that showed that there was either a movement in the party that hadn't gotten a voice lately, or they don't have any principles and they like whatever the leader does. So,
yeah, for sure. I wouldn't put, I'm just saying, I wouldn't put much hope in the Republicans anytime soon, because they are going to be so tainted from even just one term of this nonsense. I'm hoping for better from the Democrats. I'm really hoping that they wow me, that they impress me in November, and even sooner than that. When's the April for the primary, I believe?
Oh, yeah, it's coming
right
out
there
really
quickly. Very, very soon. So much sooner than that. I'm hoping that they impress me in the primary. I'm hoping that they look at some of the people involved, Warren and Bernie, and they say, you know what? Fuck that. We don't need this. This is a bad look for us going forward. It makes us look like a bunch of zealots. And we are trying to appear like the more rational alternative to the current state of affairs. That's what we want. And hopefully, one of those, you could get a Mayor Pete or a Biden in office going up against Trump. They might not be able to say everything that they want because, it's become so unpopular. That is not a fault of those people, by the way. That is a fault of the discourse itself. The fact that just common sense positions can't be uttered anymore without someone losing their goddamn mind. That is not the fault of the politician in question. That is the fault of propagandists who have made that the situation that it is. So hopefully they could get in office, and then they could just do their own thing. They could enact their own policies. I hope that they take some lessons from the Obama administration as well, because Obama clearly was not a total isolationist. He was willing to do some things here and there. But
yeah, that's
again,
true. He got Bin Laden, so
he felt pressure from isolationists in order to be something that maybe he wasn't fully.
no,
And so that's why he was petrified. He was so scared of being remembered as the second George Bush.
yeah.
And that is why he did a lot of what he did. I want there to be a leader who doesn't have that same, very hysterical reaction. Instead of being governed by not wanting to be remembered as their predecessor, I want them to govern based on what they actually do want to be remembered for. I am going to do the right thing. That's what we need a leader to do. We need a leader who will say, I will do the right thing no matter what people think about it. I don't care. I'm not in this for a popularity contest. I am in this to do what is right for our national security. And if people bitch, people will bitch.
Well, you know what? There's actually a word for a person who does that. They're called a leader, right? That is leadership. That's actual leadership. And America hasn't really had a real leader in a long time.
Yeah, no, we really haven't. I want somebody who is willing, no matter how unpopular it is, who's willing to stand up and say, you know what? The regime in Iran is illegitimate. And not only are we not going to economically enable them, but we are going to kill the fuck out of them.
Yes. Kill the fuck out of them. I like that. I like that
They're
a lot.
They're obviously going to say it in a much more professional way than I would, but they need to. Somebody needs to say something along those lines. Somebody needs to cut the bullshit, because they always dance around it anyway. A lot of the Democrats who are running now, they are pro-intervention to some degree, or they're in favor of some continued interventions, and sometimes they'll even go back on it. Like, 1 week they'll say, like, oh, I'm in favor of fighting the Taliban. They'll get a bunch of pushback. Well, actually, I think we should leave.
Yeah,
it's like, no,
so
that is so spineless.
Yeah,
I want somebody to stand up and say, you know what? Have you seen what would happen to Afghanistan if the Taliban was allowed to operate without any pushback from us? That is an unacceptable situation.
Not just to mention Afghanistan, it should be noted, of course, that despite Tanky Tulsi Gabbard's bunk and junk narrative that the Taliban had no relationship to 9/11, they provided a safe harbor and material support to Al-Qaeda. If Afghanistan were allowed to revert back to a terror state, yes, it would be bad for the people of Afghanistan. But it's only a matter of time before the rest of the world starts also suffering as a result. We live in a world in which you can't just stick your head in the sand like Pat Buchanan or Jimmy Dore or Nick Fuentes want to do and just pretend that the rest of the world doesn't exist. Because guess what? Terrorism is a real thing. And that's a problem that immigration alone, closing the borders or whatever, isn't going to solve. Because what happens when the terror states like Iran have nukes that can reach you? Oh, you can say we're not taking in any more immigrants, but you can't really close the borders to Iranian ICBMs, right? I mean, we got to stop those threats before they get to that point, right? That's kind of my view, but
absolutely, people need. This is the real problem. I have seen a lot of rhetoric from the isolationists. They will call us, and I know that Kyle's done this before. They'll call us American supremacists, which I think is just a ridiculous term. The real American supremacists are people who believe that America is Mount Olympus, who believe that America is not affected by things that are happening in the world, who believe that America is invincible and doesn't need to intervene in order to solve any problem, who believe that America is somehow separate from the rest of the world. Oh, that's happening somewhere else. That doesn't matter to us. Those are the people, and like Tulsi Gabbard is a great example, because she would give Trump shit because apparently, according to her, he wasn't America first enough.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be, if you are a Democratic candidate, that you completely disavow the idea of America first as being utterly ridiculous That is an insulting idea. Okay, we're just going to take care of our own and fuck the rest of the world. That's basically what that means.
It's not even America first, because so, for example, John Bolton, he often gets called a neocon. There's lots of memes and everything about it, but he's not. He's an offensive realist. He believes he's somebody that they would slander as an American supremacist or whatever. He's somebody who believes that America is an exceptional country, which, in order to secure herself for the future and to not become the next Rome, needs to have a presence in the world to proactively contain emergent threats. That, in that case, that's somebody who's acting in an American first regard, because he only really cares about America and America in that case. In other words, if it would safeguard America, but a lot of people would die, he'd still be willing to do it. But this idea that it's America first to let the terrorists fester and build up an arsenal against America, that, like, sure, you could say, oh, what's the Taliban going to do? They work with Iran. They've got Iran, and Iran's going to get nukes. North Korea's already got nukes. They only are seeking to perfect their ICBMs right now. These are problems that, again, all of their answers about how, oh, well, we don't have to worry about that because we wouldn't let any brown people that could be terrorists in. It's like, no, when they do, even if you do pursue a radical closed off border approach, you're not going to be able to say, no, you can't come in here at the airport to an ICBM that's en route to Chicago. That's not going to happen. I'm so done with it. They don't have any conception of nipping something in the bud beforehand, which is funny, because back in the day, old school fascists even, or ultra conservative people, leaders, they understood that to preserve an empire, you had to be willing to take some action around the world to save, Great Britain or the French Empire or whatever. Whereas now it's like the far right position and the far left position to say we don't want to do anything about the rest of the world. It's just, it doesn't make much sense to me, because even the far right used to be really offensively realist, whereas now they're not even that. Like, they were never.
I can explain it.
Yeah.
That made sense for people back in the day. The current far right does not value this country. They don't support this country. They don't want this country to succeed. They want this country to fail. They see this as a disgusting, racially mixed failure state. Of course, they don't want to see this country to succeed. Now, if we happened to be a white nationalist utopia, fascist state, neo-Nazi state, they might support a more aggressive foreign policy for that country. Which is funny, because even Nick Fuentes was kind of supporting a more hawkish take on Iran.
No, that's true.
He got canceled. All the frogs canceled him. It was so funny.
No, that's right. You're right. Even Nick Fuentes. I've done videos. My most popular video is going after Nick Fuentes. But even he was like, yeah, Trump needs to do something about Iran. And he calls his channel America First, right? And he said, yeah, well, if you care about America, you should take out Iran. They're attacking American assets or whatever. Even Nick Fuentes said that. Like, he's blocked me on Twitter. He doesn't like me. He's no fan of me. I'm no fan of him. But credit where credit is due. Even he had the sense that, yeah, Iran's probably a menace, and doesn't really want to get along with America.
Yeah, and his chuds lost their collective minds in response to that. Amazing. It was very, very funny. Amazing. So yeah, I think we might have gone off topic a little bit.
A little bit. We're gonna get back.
Bring it back.
Yeah, a few more questions. I one that just occurred to me in the last 20 minutes or so that I think is worth asking, because this is an interview in particular. How would you respond to those who would accuse you or call you in a neutral manner of being a neoconservative, for example? How would you characterize, if there were a term or phrase to describe your foreign policy? Would you say you're a liberal hawk, a neoconservative, a realist? How would you respond to that?
I would wonder, it's become such a bastardized term. I would wonder what they were even talking about, like what neoconservative meant to them. Because if it is to imply that I am part of a movement where I'm fully in agreement with every other person who's called themselves a neoconservative, which really isn't as many people as you would think.
Right.
That would not be the case. That absolutely would not be the case. I am not a conservative to begin with. And liberal hawk's a fine term. In regards to foreign policy, I'm usually fine to just call myself a hawk. That is what it is. And in terms of politics, I'm an independent, but I have liberal leanings, and I tend to support the Democratic politicians. But I'm open-minded. I would like to think I'm open-minded to other people across the aisle. I'm open-minded to other solutions. People, a lot of people online, I don't think they understand what a neoconservative is. They don't understand where neoconservatism came from.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of sympathies for neoconservatives and everything that their movement has tried to achieve, because it was really the movement that was most concerned with opposing communist authoritarianism.
Yeah.
We basically, we have neoconservatism to thank for communism not overtaking the world. So if people are going to badmouth neoconservatism, they need to acknowledge that fact first and foremost at the beginning of any conversation involving the term. Now, the people that we debate, as evidenced in this chat that I'm currently trying not to look at,
yeah, no, I'm doing the same thing too, my prince.
It's obvious why they don't like neoconservatives, because neoconservatives stopped communism and they support communism. And really, that is a debate that I will not humor because it's just very sad. I mean, you might as well open up your platform to some legit neo-Nazis, and they can come on here and tell you about how great Mussolini was and why we need more Mussolini type leaders. It's like, yeah, no, I think we're good.
It is funny how they insult neocons. That's actually a compliment to neocons. They're butthurt that neocons destroyed communism in Europe. Now, it should be noted, of course, neoconservatism has not thus far been responsible for ridding the world of communism, just Europe and Russia in that sense. But we still have China to deal with and North Korea. But hey, they did their best for a small amount of people. It is worth noting, I guess, at this point to just say, the technical sort of definition of neoconservatism it's debatable, but by and large, it's accepted academically, at least, that it's a movement of people who, the OGs at least, started off left wing, were in kind of tanky circles and whatnot, got disillusioned with it, and then moved to the right and got hawkish on foreign policy. By and large, that's an oversimplification, but it's a sort of movement that, at least today, there are a lot of neoconservatives that were never left wing. They were always kind of right wing and whatnot, but it's a branch of conservatism that is more moderate when it comes to social issues and fiscal policy by and large, but moderate to almost libertarian to some extent on economics, but when it comes to social issues, not super paleo conservative. Oftentimes paleocons and neocons are kind of seen as the spectrum within conservatism and whatnot, but it's by and large former leftists that realize what basically they saw people like Neon Noir firsthand in the meetings back in the 30s and 40s and realized, oh crap, I don't want to be associated with these people anymore. And of course, the Nick Fuentes types will say, well, they're actually secret communists, and you can't trust them because they used to like Trotsky. And it's like, okay, bud, like, but
man, can't win with anyone.
You can't win with everyone. That's true. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And the thing is, we are going to move on. But I think hawk it's a good label. It's a pretty good label because it's general. You could be a liberal hawk, conservative hawk, independent hawk, anything, But at the end of the day, hawk gang, right? But when we got 4 questions left on here. I got the next one. It's a bit more. We've already discussed it to some extent, but not as much as Iran, for example. What do you make of the current situation with North Korea in early 2020 right now? Because I mean, that's one of my main areas of concern personally. So
you could probably provide even some updates that I wasn't aware of. it seems to just be a repeat of the last couple of years. It has been a total failure when it comes to the current administration's attempts to negotiate anything. They've made concession after concession, gained nothing in return, and during that time, the DPRK just continues to bolster their military capabilities. So it's not funny, it's not cute, it's not a game, and we've discussed in the past how it could be a realistic strategy of theirs to annex South Korea and hold them hostage and basically unify Korea as a slave state.
I'm convinced of that personally. I'm going to have more videos on that. I've talked about that in the past. I personally, and I believe Bolton, even though he doesn't talk about it very much, are 100% convinced that they're not getting those nukes so they can nuke Chicago. They're getting those nukes so that America will not honor the defense agreement, and they'll let them take South Korea because they don't want to lose all their cities to protect Seoul. That's my view.
Absolutely. Were there any updates? Because you're always following North Korean news more than me.
Yeah. Since I started the channel, ironically, I don't follow it as much anymore because I have to make content and stuff and everything. I used to really follow, North Korean stuff quite a bit. At their most recent military parade, they did not feature or display any intercontinental or medium ballistic missile systems. All that they had were some artillery, surface-to-air missiles. They didn't have any of their big pieces that they normally bring on, like those Topol equivalent systems. They didn't bring on any of the road mobile ICBMs that they used to. And there's speculation that it's a sign that they want to reach out to have more of a negotiation process or a more diplomatic relationship with Trump right now. And so there's speculation that some of that could be because they saw what Trump did with Iran's dear general, and they're a bit worried about him now and want to get back into his good graces. But on my part, there's some speculation that it's because they want to play Trump a bit more and they're not actually worried about him. But I want to get your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. They could still use him and he would still fall for it. But they have a way of they're so disrespectful to him, which is funny to me because he just takes it. Like they could really say anything to him and he would still try to get that photo op. And that's what makes it even so much more degrading.
How the tables have turned. It used to be the other way around. Kim Jong-il used to beg to be seen with Bill Clinton because Bill Clinton was the cool kid and he liked basketball and he wanted to be seen with Michael Jordan. And now Trump's like, Kim, he's the cool kid. I want to be seen with Kim.
Oh yeah, gotta get that photo. And that Nobel Peace Prize, which he's never gonna get.
Oh.
I'm a dove.
Why would you even want it? Why would you, if you got the Nobel Peace Prize because you went Neville Chamberlain with respect to North Korea and condemned 60 million people in South Korea to communism for thousands of years, wouldn't that bear on your shelf as a mark of shame? But he loves the prestige, the swag. Sad.
He just likes the idea of ooh, I made history by basically exhibiting no effort. That's the real appealing part. If I can cement an amazing legacy and do as little as possible to make that happen, that is his interest, and it is abundantly obvious, and it is not to be respected under any circumstances. I don't expect any progress to be made on the North Korean front for a long time, and that is an issue that really needs to be taken seriously. It's not like Iran where they're trying to get nukes. No, they already have them. Yeah. And they're going to continue getting more. And most likely, yes, they will use them to annex their southern neighbor. I could absolutely see that happening. They'll have China's support to do it. And there'll be a weak isolationist America just looking on and saying, well, South Koreans, it was nice knowing you. But basically, we have a precedent of abandoning people anyway. The Kurds, so many people.
Man.
There are very real world consequences to isolationism. And it results and the oppression of free people. And unless we start taking this issue seriously as a nation, as a culture, more people will suffer because, ooh, we couldn't afford it. Or, ooh, we want to spend the money elsewhere. Or, ooh, we just don't care. We're done caring. Or we're just so masochistic we've decided we're an evil nation who doesn't deserve to be in charge. Well, guess what, buddy? Somebody else is going to be in charge. And they are not going to be nearly as good a force in the world as America was. I can promise you that. It's probably going to be China. And they're going to excuse North Korea to do whatever the fuck they want. That is what's going to happen.
No, you're right. When you say China, I mean, we have to bear in mind that for all these memes about how China only cares about their own economic growth and they're not expansionists, it's like, even if communist China didn't physically take over Eurasia, they would have their puppets in Pyongyang have the Korean Peninsula to themselves to act on Beijing's behalf. They would have a weaker government in Russia, which by that point is financially in service to Beijing to stay afloat, because the Russian economy is not too solvent these days, and they would be reliant on selling oil to China to stay afloat, so they'd have to play the game there. China could actually take over Eurasia very easily just by America leaving, because they don't need to send in troops. They can just say, oh, well, those guys won't defend you anymore. Trade with us or we'll take you over. They probably wouldn't have to invade too many places to have hegemony over most of the world, right? America would still control like Canada, America, Mexico and stuff. But, you know, it would be a scary world for most of the world. So,
yeah. And it's not like a dystopian future. Like it could come to be if people really stopped giving a shit about foreign policy.
No, you're right. Like, I'm talking about France too. I'm not just talking about Kazakhstan falling into Chinese hands, or Pakistan, or the UAE, you know, saying, you know, we're not going to cooperate with the US anymore, or Saudi Arabia even. I'm talking like, you know, eventually if France and the UK know that America is not going to have their back, they're going to become more economically intertwined with the Communist Party of China. It's already happened with the UK with the fascist Russian government. That's one of the reasons they didn't really have a response after they used weapons of mass destruction on their soil to kill Skripal and others in the past, because the Russians buy up their real estate. So the Russian oligarchy. So
absolutely. That's really all I think about that. I don't think that unfortunately, I think it's going to become like so many of these other issues. It's just going to be forgotten. Trump is going to continue his failed strategy, and if there is a replacement for Trump, I don't even know if they're going to make a big deal out of it, or if they're even going to care. They're just going to be, we could potentially have a repeat of the Obama administration where it was just sweeping it under the rug. Basically it was just a lot of there was a lot of rhetoric of, oh, just don't take them seriously. Oh, it's just such a small nation. And they just want attention. It's like, they should not be underestimated to that degree. They really shouldn't be. And people make so many excuses. I know that I made a video recently, well, semi-recently, because I've been so inactive, but semi-recently against Kyle Kalinske, in which he was making apologetics for the DPRK. Like, oh yeah, internationally, they conduct themselves perfectly fine, and they are victims of U.S. aggression. It's like, am I listening to like Kim Jong-un's like state media right now? Like, what the hell?
Even the state media of in Pyongyang could not lavish the effusive praise in the same way that a Kremlin Kyle could, because he has all of the young speak, the Zoomer speak going on, that the North Koreans, when they manufacture propaganda for foreign consumption, it's old school English that kind of reads awkwardly. Even Kyle does a better job of doing their own propaganda,
and he does it for free.
And for free, they're not paying him. I want to be very explicit. There's no chance in hell he receives money from Pyongyang. He does it for free. He's a useful idiot. He's their cow. He's their cow. He's Kremlin cow.
I would have more respect for someone who was paid by the regime they were shelling for.
Yeah, like Abby Martin. It makes sense to me why she does what she does. I get it.
Anyway, what is the next question?
Next question. So, this one. This is when the Frogos are going to be a little bit rattled. What do you think of Israel?
Israel, the crown jewel of the Middle East. What do I think of Israel? See, that's you and your questions. I know what you're trying
Well,
to
no,
do.
this one's going to be interesting because there is a follow-up with this question, which is the meme that you can only support Israel if either you're a Jew or you're some super evangelical Christian who's using Israel as a way to get Armageddon to happen and doesn't actually care about the Israelis.
I think I'll address the follow-up first because it's led to a lot of very interesting comments flung my way over the years, just even talking about Israel. Let me make it very clear. I have only ever talked about Israel because progressives hate Israel so much. Otherwise, it would never have come up. It would never have even crossed my mind. It would have been like, oh yeah, Israel, that's another country, you know. But the reason why I've spent so much time talking about Israel is because there is such a massive hate boner for Israel. It is so disproportionate. It is so insane. It is so specifically targeted. And well, guess what? Now you get to hear from me explaining why no, Israel is not the great evil. Israel is the best country in that part of the world by 10 country miles, not even close. That is the country that we should absolutely be standing in solidarity with, not fucking Gaza, which isn't even a country to begin with, not Egypt, not Turkey, not Syria. But apparently those are countries that all need excuses made for them. But Israel's the bad guy. Ooh, they've got money. Yeah, well, they have money. They have a prosperous society because their society is built on values that aren't fucked.
Yeah.
That is why they are prosperous. That is why they are succeeding. And that's why we would even consider cooperating with them so strongly in the first place. I am not Jewish, religiously or ethnically at all, because we do have people in the Hawk chats who are, and that's cool. And I've always had a strong percentage of listeners and followers who are Jewish or Israeli, and that's very cool. I've heard some very, very enlightening stories from that. I'm also not an evangelical, obviously. I am an anti-theist atheist. So I'm about as far from the stereotype that you would have for a supporter for Israel that they would try to paint and demonize. I am a normal, liberal person who supports Israel because Israel is by far the most liberal country in that part of the world. They are a fantastic ally, and they believe in fulfilling American interests in the region. They are an invaluable ally, and if more countries in that part of the world were like Israel, we wouldn't have this problem. We wouldn't have to deal with this. But unfortunately, that's just not how history went. But I have heard for years, in any time I've defended Israel, they accuse me of being a Jew or paid by the Jews. Do patrons count? I don't know. There's a few of them, I'm sure. As if I were Jewish, would that somehow undermine my completely rational support for Israel? There is so much Jew hatred online that even I, as Aryan as can be, have received it. It is spilled over. That's how much there is. That even if you are suspected for a microsecond of being a Jew, I know you get this. People think you're a Jew.
Oh, well, no, they know I'm a Jew because, I mean, look at me. Ears. Big ears equals Jews. By the way, I said that to one of my Jewish friends the other day. I told him about it. He knows a guy YouTube channel, but he's pretty busy. He doesn't really watch or anything, but he subscribes. So big up, that helps too. the thing is, I was saying to him, I'm like, because we joke around and stuff, and there's all the memes and everything, and he finds a lot of the anti-Semitic memes pretty funny, like he gets a laugh out of them. And I said to him, I'm like, so I got one. I just want to run this one by you, because he knows the nose, nose equals Jews. Everybody knows that one. I'm like, well, you might get a kick out of this one. I told him about, these guys, they're convinced I'm a Jew because they look at my ears. He thought it was the funniest shit he had ever heard. He's like, these people, and he used a word that I can't repeat here, that it's an 8-letter word that starts with an R that I would get canceled officially on Twitter for if I use. But he's like, that's the dumbest crap I've ever heard. And like, he thought it was the goofiest shit. We were laughing for like 5 minutes. He thought these guys were like, that they were like sub 10 IQ. It was great, man.
Oh man. Yeah, that is, you really kicked the hornet's nest, because I know that we had some grapers in here earlier too. They have stuck around with you.
They've stuck around for like 3 months. I live rent free in their head. They're buddy. They're a lot of these grapers, they're just henchcucks for Nick Fuentes, and they do whatever their daddy Nick Fuentes says. And a lot of these guys, like, you think like, oh, they're like 14, 15-year-old Zoomers that, they follow an authority figure that's like 20 years old and he's got his own money from YouTube. It's like, no, some of these guys, I'm sure, like 45, and they do whatever young Nick tells them to do. That's fucking like, but no, I went after them, because I was not paying attention to it much at all until the rift in conservatism happened between the paleo losers, the paleo morons, the grapers, and like Ben Shapiro and stuff. Because I followed Ben Shapiro. A lot of disagreements with Ben Shapiro, but he's somebody that tends to be pretty reasonable on foreign policy when it relates to the Middle East, at least. And when they went after him and all this stuff, I was like, oh man, I had to call it out, because I'm like, these guys are basically, they're saying that Ben Shapiro is this issue and that he's this super bad guy and he doesn't belong in their movement. Yet most of these people are pretty economically left. They often support public works projects. They basically want to do like Hitler stuff, nationalize a bunch of stuff and everything. They're not, they'll often say proudly that they're anti-capitalist. Whereas like, I'm a very capitalist person myself. And so I'm a liberal capitalist. I'm not conservative, but when I saw this go on, I was like, oh, I need to call out this BS, because I remember even a couple years ago, you were edgy and kind of out there, and you were seen as like really kind of a chud and super right wing if you were like sharing Ben Shapiro memes and owning the libs on social media. and you were triggering the SJWs. And now these guys are calling Ben Shapiro a leftist. I'm like, no, I'm done, dude. These guys are so far over the line. They're basically, they're making out and circle jerking it with the Labour Party of the UK, like socialists that hate Jews, basically. Like that. So I had to call them out. I'm like, you want to call Ben Shapiro a fake conservative or whatever? It's like, no, you guys are literally socialists that just are deeply trad or whatever. It's like, okay, well, you guys are fringe and cringe, and I'm gonna call you out, because those people are fifth columns. Those people are undermining American security, and those people would rather side with America's enemies than try to win an election, because they know that they would lose. So
yeah, no, because we discussed that little civil war at length, and it was very obvious which side was the less destructive and the one to actually uphold to some degree, despite disagreements. And again, I'm not going to shy away from those disagreements. That's just how. But here's the thing: I have disagreements with everyone.
Yeah,
I could do purity politics all day, but ultimately, if you support Israel, you are better than Nazis. Like, there doesn't need to be a debate after that. Like, okay, I have my issues with you, but in the context of this debate, you versus Nazis, I'm going to side with you, because you're not a Nazi and these other people are. And it doesn't need to be any more complicated than that. Israel is a fantastic country. I know Jay, lucky fucker.
Yes, the lucky hawk, base hawk.
I would love to go someday. I would love to, even being an atheist, obviously, just being surrounded with a lot of the culture. This is the cradle of three of the world's, major religions. The architecture, it would just be so interesting.
No, the architecture and stuff is really cool. They're also a tech hub of the world. I mean, they're a small country that doesn't have oil, yet they have a higher GDP per capita than most of the Arab dictatorships that tried to invade them. For example, the only countries in the Middle East that have a higher GDP per capita are like Qatar, for example, and Qatar's is just purely based on their oil wealth, whereas in Israel, it's based on their brains and their culture of encouraging innovation. And I often see this levied at me and my colleagues and everything, my fellow hawks, where we are slandered as bootlickers or shills for the establishment, or we like to punch down because we support Israel. No, actually, Israel is objectively the underdog. I've talked about this on my channel before about how it's dumb to root for the underdog just for the sake of rooting for the underdog, because then there's no values. And what happens if they get out of hand and they win? You don't want to do that. But in the case of Israel, they're a country that I support. And unfortunately, they're the underdog. They've been ganged up on. They've been teamed against several times in the last century to try to wipe them out and annihilate them. They have a power right now that's trying to acquire nuclear weapons that has been on the record for the last 15 years since Ahmadinejad went out there saying that it is the goal of the Iranian Islamic Republic to get nuclear weapons, and upon getting them, to annihilate Israel with them. Like, that's their stated purpose, essentially. They have enemies surrounding them entirely. And Israel is a country that, yeah, they are the underdog. They are so much the underdog that they had to take military assistance from the Soviet Union early on. They were worried about getting wiped out. They had to actually work with Stalin. They had no other choice. And then about a year or two later, America came around and they say, we're going to work and be a partner with America now. But there were a lot of anti-Semites in the West that didn't really want to work with Israel too much. And of course, Stalin saw them as, a useful, took advantage of the situation or whatever. But of course, he hated the Jews. So Israel has had to do what they had to do in the beginning. And now they are independent. They are entirely independent. They're at a point now where those countries could invade them again, and they would still lose. And it's worth noting that in those wars, I know I'm going on a bit longer. I'll let Reese, I'll let you speak again. I just want to make this clear. In the wars in which Israel was teamed up on and ganged up against, in all cases, not only were they outnumbered, which, you can win if you're outnumbered and whatnot. They were outnumbered by an order of about 3-1 in terms of infantry, in terms of tanks and whatnot, and they prevailed. And you know what they did? They're so the chuds or whatever. They're so, abusive or whatever. You know what they did? They gave back the territories that they were able to take through the war. They gave back the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. They weren't interested in conquering the area. They were like, okay, we're going to take this stuff to win the war. And then afterwards, they gave it back. Can you imagine if Syria won? They wouldn't have given back anything. Hafez al-Assad would have never given back anything. I can tell you that. Israel is a very, it's a very, ultimately for what they've gone through and everything that they've suffered and all of the attempts to destroy them, they are quite merciful because they could wipe out that area if they wanted to, but they don't. And they are a fortress of liberalism, a bastion of democracy. And when I see people refer to them as the new Nazis or whatever because of what they do to their neighbors, I'm like, their neighbors have tried to destroy them for 70 years. They are the underdog. And when the underdog eventually gets on her own feet and she's able to protect herself, do you then switch around and say, oh, now it's the terrorists that are the underdog or whatever? No, they're still trying to destroy Israel. It's a kind of a miracle that Israel is still able to survive. It's a miracle of ingenuity and innovation. And they don't have very much oil. They don't really have any oil, but they make up for it. And they are still a better place to live in than Jordan or Syria or Egypt or any of these countries that have all the mineral wealth that could, in theory, be much better, richer places to live in than Israel. But it's not that way because Israel embraced liberalism. So,
yeah, no, it doesn't benefit the regimes in the Middle East to have prosperous nations. filled with happy people. That doesn't help them retain power. They want themselves to be rich. They want themselves to have, yachts and whatever. But the people, no, fuck the people. And I think it's very laughable. There is such a strong anti-Israeli bias. You have people in Congress like Ilhan Omar who are such blatant hypocrites who will sit there and support BDS, but then say that, sanctions against Iran, that's bad.
That's economic warfare.
But against Israel, that's fine.
Yes. Yeah, it's a double standard, and she was exposed over that, and it was great because she's stated before that sanctions are literally against Iran, that the sanctions were in almost a genocide was the way that she had described them. But against Israel, but they're a bunch of dirty Jews. It's okay. Like, that's her attitude, essentially. And the cockroach is worse, of course, but in terms of her rhetoric, she's much more. She's honest.
Cockroach isn't in Congress.
Okay, that's a good point.
Pushed people like Ilhan in. So I mean, it's kind of a false distinction.
No, okay,
the way I think about it is any of these people that Linda Sarsour was very important in the process of pushing them into Congress. They're essentially extensions of her. They might as well be Linda Sarsour, just with more power.
We should note here, there is a chance right now. Now, I think it's unlikely. I think Biden is likely to be the nominee. But in a world in which Breadline Bernie did become the nominee, he is Jewish. But he is so worried about losing the Jew-hating vote within his party, like the Jeremy Corbyn branch of his party, the dirtbag branch of the Democratic Party, that he's willing to work with a woman who hates his entire ethnicity, basically. She's willing to... What's that, sorry?
Several women.
Several. No, you're right. Several. To the point that I am convinced that if he became president, he would actually offer her a role in the administration. Oh my God. No, I'm serious, because he has her currently on as a surrogate. Now, he disassociated himself from Junk Jank, but Jank is nowhere near as bad as Sarsour. Like, it's not even close. It's not even close. I've watched the Young Turks for a long time. Cenk Uygur is nowhere near the level of anti-Semitic vitriol that Linda Sarsour has deep-seated within her. It's not even close.
Yeah, that's a terrifying thought.
Could happen.
I could see it happening. Because I've seen that push too. Like, there was some clip recently of Bernie. He was like, "Oh yeah, basically, I can't wait to be the first Jewish president." And it's like, this rhetoric is just so sickening. Like, really, is the first Jewish president going to be a guy who is so open to whitewashing anti-Semitism, who has made anti-Semitism such a big part of their campaign team?
I mean, it would be as if Ben Carson was running and he had Richard Spencer operating as a surrogate. Like, I mean, really? Or it would be like, for example, you had say Joe Lieberman running or something, and he ran with like David Duke as a surrogate. It's unheard of that you would have somebody who hates you be a surrogate for you. But with Bernie, he knows that if he loses the Chapo dirtbag part of his party because he's a Jew, he has to somehow appease them and say, "Look, I'm a Jew. I get that you guys hate that, but I'm a good one." Basically, I'm going to have
Sarsour out disavowed the other Jews.
Basically,
Bernie he's obviously been to Israel many times throughout his life. He has defended Israel in the past, and there are clips of him, no joke, defending Israel and his own constituents screaming at him over that. And it's just like, wow, part of me, there's a more sympathetic part of me that feels bad for Bernie.
Yeah, same here.
Basically, you have these political ideals, but you happen to be part of a movement that hates people like you, that hates the Jews defending themselves, that hates the Jews having any kind of independence. That must really suck. But then there's another part of me, a much more negative side of me that would say, you know what? You get what you deserve.
Yeah, you reap what you sow.
You are a race traitor. You sold out your people, and this is what you get. Now you're in a position where you can't even defend your people because the political movement that is built around you is so goddamn hateful.
Yeah, no, I agree, Reese. No, I agree, 100%.
If he was the president, you have to consider the kind of executive power he would have over our relations with Israel. And how, I mean, not only would America obviously be weakened in terms of national security, but we would also have such a drastic effect on Israel and their national security, all in the name of appeasing theocratic bigots like Linda Sarsour. Is that really what we want America to become?
Oh, man.
Are we going to sacrifice liberalism to that degree? We don't need to appease these pro-Palestine movements. They are theocrats. They are authoritarians. They are genocide advocates. They are terrorist sympathizers.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Absolutely fuck them. They cannot
Reese,
be part of any serious political movement.
Reese, I have 2 more questions left. The last, actually, the second question is pretty short. I will be back in a minute, so you can finish this, and then I'll get to the last sort of meaty sort of question.
Gotcha.
You bet.
Kevin needs his water. He just needs a bigger jug, man. Hashtag Kevin needs a bigger jug. Make it happen, people. Take a look at the chat for just a minute. Thankfully, there are more Seinfelds than there are Rosenbergs. Absolutely. Absolutely. We've had a pretty consistent viewership the whole time. That's very cool. And I hope that you all tune in the next time Kevin has on a guest. Absolutely. On the comment section here or on Twitter, leave Kevin some suggestion for guests. My guess is that at first he's going to go through a lot of the people who normally show up on the Hawk streams, but we'll branch out. And I've got a couple other suggestions for him. But for those who were asking earlier, Henry is around. I've seen him on Twitter. I don't know what else he's doing, but yeah, no, he's fine as far as I can tell. I think that he's off the grid a bit, which I can totally respect because I go off the grid. And I mean, do you see why? Like, I can't even go on a stream without communists and Nazis freaking out, you know? I need a break from that every now and then. Jesus Christ. Kevin's filling up his big jug. Oh, well. If you have any suggestions for Kevin, please leave them below. Reese learned from Dave Rube. Hey, man. He was not good news, but he had one good point, which was take a break from the internet every now and then. You have the most brainlet takes, says a fucking communist.
Oh, we have cringe in chat right now, my Hawks. Oh, man.
I'm leaving it. It's unbecoming.
Yeah, it's unbecoming. It is not to the level which this interview series aims to seriously entertain. Like, we'll be entertained and we'll have some laughs and stuff, but we're not gonna get into a back and forth with a tanky. We're not gonna fall for your little debate me, bro, baitery.
This is a society, damn it. We don't need this.
So I've got one sort of more in-depth question, and then we just got a closing question after. So then
we're gonna do some like Q&A, maybe.
Q&A, that's correct. And I'll go through the chat, and we will weed through. There's not going to be cringe. There's not going to be any trollery. It's just going to be serious questions in good faith directed at us that we will answer. And sure, they can be stuff from a perspective that we don't agree with or whatever. But we're not gonna ask like. Or we're not going to address questions such as, for example, what about Saddam, though? What about Saudi, though? When are you joining the military, though? Not having it.
Those are perfect examples of things that we will not be discussing.
I've already got videos on all of those, so you can go and check them out. You can go and check out Reese's channel too. He's talked about this stuff in the past as well.
I like this in the chat. So get John Bolton on, and then Michael Bolton, and it reminds
Michael Bolton. It's Michael Bolton.
It reminds me of that guy who was he was like he left us a comment, and he was bitching about, oh yeah, Reese, you and your hero Michael Bolton. I'm like, Michael, you mean John Bolton? You dumb.
No. There's a chance he thinks that you listen to Michael Bolton's discography a lot.
I don't know why he would think that. I've never talked about Michael Bolton.
No, dude, it was so stupid. Michael Bolton's actually a singer. I didn't even know that. I looked up. I listened to like a couple of his songs. Pretty boring. It was snoring and boring, but
it's just it was. I really hope that person was a troll, because otherwise that was a shocking display of ignorance.
After watching a lot of your videos and seeing the comments and actually seeing some of the haters and traitors, and specifically some of your haters, nah, he was probably serious and dumb as hell.
Apparently people in the chat like your new snoring and boring.
Oh, snoring and boring. So if you follow me on Twitter, I usually drop my nicknames there or my catchphrases there first. So it's a new Castley catchphrase. I've got a lot of them. When I come up with a nickname for people, I usually like to have an addendum with it where I'll have a Castley catchphrase with them. So for example, I'm just trying to think of some right off the bat. Oh, for example, Based Bolton, cold and bold. That's what I call him, because he's got not an ounce of warmth in his heart for the enemies of freedom. Or I'll say, for example, Nutter Noam Chomsky, snoring and boring. And I'll usually do the emojis with it too. Like I'll have the Zeds emojis, the zzz, and then I'll have the board emoji following it. I'm a bit zoomy when it comes to that. I like my emojis. I use a lot of the emojis. So.
I just like the way you were trying to sell it. Like, if you want an early preview of my catchphrases, follow me on Twitter.
Hey man, my catchphrases are fire. My catchphrases are bangers. If you want Bunk and Junk and Meek and Weak and Bleak and Freak catchphrases, you can go and check out. Everybody's favorite cow, Kremlin cow. He's their cow. He grazes in Russian crop fields now. But it is worth noting, he's the dumbest cow in the herd because he doesn't even know what a farm is. By the way, I'm not making that up. That's not just an out there sort of thing. I didn't just do that for shits and giggles. Look into it. He has no idea what farmland looks like. I'm serious. He is the most champagne socialist of them all. Disdain for the workers, 100%. Does not understand that there are states between California and New York. Unbelievable. Just fringe and cringe.
Yeah, that wasn't good. But hey, man, I still love Cloud Boot Jar. Come on.
Oh, okay. Actually, this is an interesting one. I'm not going to entertain a serious sort of debate or anything, but the tanky doesn't appear to be a fan of Kyle. I guess because Kyle's kind of rich and crap, so calls him Kyle Kulakski. That for a tanky, that's kind of clever. I'll give him that. That's better than Kyle's nicknames. Like Kulakski.
That's a pretty low bar, though.
If you're a Stalinist, that's a decent nickname, I guess. So
fair enough. Let us move on to whatever next question you have.
Okay, so this is the last of the bigger questions. So, are there any issues or points in politics and foreign policy that you believe do not receive much or any significant attention, but which you think are important and that people should really be aware of, and that you yourself are in particular concerned with?
We've talked about some of these. I would say, up until recently, I would say the Kurds, in which people kind of briefly pretended to care about them. Obviously, you could get Anthony on. He would know so much more than me. Venezuela is really my go-to. I feel like that was the one where people cared for a little bit, but not really that much. And yeah, it is a horrible situation down there. Completely unthinkable and completely unacceptable. If people value any kind of stability and just function in South and Central America, you cannot possibly support the current Venezuelan regime. You just can't. That is a litmus test. And so many people fail it. Other issues, I don't think that a lot of people care too much about Syria anymore. Iran seems to have really stolen a lot of the thunder, but the Syria situation is still dire. We've missed the window for the most effective regime change that could have happened, but that doesn't mean that the current regime should go unpunished because they have a lot to answer for.
Yeah.
Other things.
It can be anything like in politics too, not just foreign policy.
In politics, I feel like a lot of things are given their due for the most part in terms of what I would care about. I'm mostly happy. In fact, I'm happier with a lot of the Democratic candidates on some of their economic answers than their foreign policy answers. I think that in standing up to Warren and Sanders, they have shown themselves to be somewhat reasonable, to not be socialists. And they're just like, you know what, we're drawing a line in the sand. We believe in helping people, but we don't believe in a society that is absolutely dominated by the government. Yeah. And that is a breath of fresh air.
That's courageous on their part because they're going to lose votes in the fringe side of their party.
But they would also, I would like to think that there's people like me out there, and if they went the other way, they'd lose my vote.
Yeah, so, no, independents, they should try to court independents if they want to win. And guess what? The average independent is between a Democrat and a Republican, not between Joe Biden and Joseph Stalin.
Absolutely not. I think that I'd like to think that, and in fact, I was having this argument. I think I was trying to say this earlier, but I kind of lost my train of thought. I was having an argument earlier today with a Bernie Sanders supporter, and I was pointing out this idea that Bernie Sanders is not an overwhelming favorite in any poll that I've seen. The highest polls I've seen, he doesn't even get close to 30%. Not even close. Like the highest I've seen is like what, 27, 25%, somewhere around there. These are usually polls in like New Hampshire, by the way, or Vermont. So those barely count. That's actually kind of pitiful if you really think about it.
Yeah, Vermont is his state where like people that voted for Cheney and Bush even voted for him because he's been their senator for so long, right? And he's willing to protect some rural gun rights, for example.
But the thing is, there was this Bernie Sanders supporter who seemed to be under the impression that the majority of Democratic voters would, of course, love Bernie. I pointed out that even if you look at a poll in which Bernie is leading, all of the other candidates, the vote is split among them. All of them are far more moderate than Bernie. Even Warren, who is a pretty extreme progressive, has shown more signs of moderation. So if those candidates start dropping out, let's say that we don't have Mayor Pete anymore, we don't have Cloud Boot Jar anymore.
Oh man.
Those votes are not going to Bernie. Those votes are going to Biden and Warren. And if Warren drops out, guess what? A lot of her votes will go to Biden too. Even Kamala Harris, who spent the beginning of her campaign smearing Joe Biden, is saying that she might be endorsing Joe Biden.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. The party is leaning towards Biden. Don't tell me that, Bernie is this unquestionable favorite who is beloved by all. He is one of the most divisive candidates and politicians of our time. Don't tell me that he is some great favorite. No.
Reese,
the polls do not reflect that at all.
Reese, actually, 85% of Americans support Bernie, but the mainstream media rigged the polls.
Oh, of course. And I love somebody when I was posting that, people were leaving very insightful comments in the thread. So I wasn't just arguing with a moron. I actually got to have some good feedback.
Wait, you're not being sarcastic?
No, I'm being for real. I got some people making good points, and it was, these progressives, they can't have it both ways. They can't have. Let me actually find the comment. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. If you can, we got time.
I'm not going to do it justice. We got nothing but time.
Nothing but time, and some dank memes, and some really, really pilled foreign policy commentary.
So this basically, it stemmed from somebody named Crystal Ball. They were complaining about a New York Times article and the way that they were framing a poll in which Sanders led by 7 points. And this was a small section of the article itself, but it said, despite Mr. Sanders' ascent, Mr. Sanders's ascent, the combined strength of the moderate candidates is unmistakable. And they were like, oh my God, yeah, look, even when Bernie's winning, they're praising the moderates. And my exact response was, this means that as the field thins further, more of the Dem base will be inclined to go with a moderate over Bernie. Bernie is not an overwhelming favorite in any poll I've seen. The New York Times framing is more nuanced than someone like you could handle, clearly. Taking that into account. Now, this was a comment that I got, and I thought that it was very, very interesting. The Bernie folks don't or won't recognize the contradiction of their own arguments. They claim the Dem party is center or even center-right and include Warren in that. Why then should such a party nominate someone so different if he gets less than 50% of primary voters?
He's also not even a Democrat. He's officially an independent and aligned with the DSA. He only uses the Democrats every election cycle.
Absolutely. That is something that needs to be taken into account. He's a very opportunistic person.
Yeah, in the Senate, he's listed as an independent, not a Democrat, if I recall. Like he's not a registered.
He's just got principles, man. But I think my point is it cannot possibly be ignored. If we are going to take this election seriously, and people are going to be like, oh, Bernie's clearly going to get the nomination, you are not looking at the kinds of candidates who are running and where the vote is split up. Those votes are not going to Bernie. They are absolutely not going to Bernie. Even like the majority of people who are even considering Warren at this point, who haven't bought into a lot of the Bernie bro smears against her, they would vote for Biden before they voted for Bernie because they hate Bernie. Do you understand that? Bernie is not a beloved figure. He is hated across the country by so many people who I don't even agree with on a lot of things. But you know what? If they hate Bernie, they hate Bernie. And they are a very valuable asset to ensuring that Bernie Sanders never becomes president. And that it's definitely an issue that's being addressed. So it probably doesn't fit into the question. But I think that so many people, their ideas about the election are so flawed. They don't understand how these polls work. They don't understand what would happen to the voters if a candidate dropped out. They don't understand. In reality, just like last time, is going to come full swing and it slap them in the face. And they're going to be left crying and, spinning conspiracy theories about, oh God, how terrible the system is, without reconciling with the fact that the majority of people don't agree with them. It is not the system that it should be the problem in your mind. It is Americans who do not agree with you and do not want you to succeed.
They're just a bunch of boomers, though. That's what they would say, right? That
sounds like BS to me, says the communists. Get fucked, you piece of shit. Anyway.
Wait, what did he say?
Whatever. He said it sounded like BS.
Oh.
Yeah, what a great argument against everything I just said.
The average motor worker. No, this bears this. I need to just state this for the record here, so that I can call it when this happens in the election if Bernie is the nominee. The average motor worker lives in the Rust Belt, and they voted for Donald Trump and don't like the SJWs and see Bernie as wanting safe spaces on college campuses. They're going to vote for Trump over Bernie. They see Trump as more of a representative of the values of the working class than Bernie. Because guess what? The American working class doesn't like to want to be seen as dependent on the government. They're not socialist. They're not the Russian working class. They're generally either socially moderate or conservative, and they're more economically right wing than you give them credit for. Sure, they might not necessarily, they might have a union job or something. That doesn't mean that they want to go towards a socialist system. So,
absolutely. I think we can move on from that. And you had one more question, I believe.
One more question before we get into the Q&A, which will, of course, be filtered. We're not taking.
It'll be very, very filtered.
The final question. This one's pretty short. Where can the people follow you?
Oh yes, you can find me. I'm sure a lot of it will be linked down below, but my YouTube channel is Nightmare Fuel. I've been very inactive, so you'll have to forgive me. I'm gonna try to get back into the swing of things. If you want a better way of like getting in touch with me, my Twitter is at Nightmare Fuel NF, and you can follow me there. And yeah, I post things every now and then, and get into arguments, but I try not to let them drag on too long. And if any of the communists show up, you were an instant block. Sorry. it's just how it has to be. I have to have so many marbles to hang on to, and I need to keep a tight grasp on them because this is an insanity-inducing platform, and so is Twitter. I've lately, honestly, I haven't had quite the motivation to make a lot of videos. I've said a lot of what I need to say here. I've been pursuing other things, other more, creative ventures. And that's it. This really can be exhausting. I cannot overstate that. This can be so exhausting. It is exhausting to work hard on a video and then see a bunch of dislikes from chuds and tankies and people who like Kyle and think that his nicknames are funny.
Oh, they're like 25 years old, and they think that his farting noises and cloud boot jar that he spent 3 days coming up with is a super clever zinger. And yet they are the ones who will send me memes saying, "Okay, boomer." Those are boomer nicknames if I ever heard them before. I mean,
Follow Reese at the Daily Stormer.
Oh man.
Being based and hawk-pilled on YouTube is a thankless job. Thank you. Absolutely.
Yeah,
dude,
absolutely.
You have no idea.
No idea.
You have no idea. It is beyond thankless. But you know what? I'm not in this for money. I'm not in this for popularity. I am in this because I truly believe in defending American national security and the liberal world order. That is what I believe in. First and foremost, before anything else. And I don't care if that pisses people off. I don't care if I lose patrons. I don't care if I lose meaningless subscribers. Fuck those subscribers. I don't need you. You were never with me. You were never on my side. Oh, you liked my Dave Rubin takedowns? Guess what? You're a cunt, and I don't want you. Goodbye.
Oh man. The Prince of Warmongers is getting based. I mean, my goodness. See, this is something that Kremlin Kyle cannot do because guess what? He's entirely financially dependent upon regurgitating the shit that his brainlet supporters want to be fed. And it is a breath of fresh air to have such a hot god as Reach the base, Nightmare Fuel, to appear on this program. I mean,
people need to stop with the conspiracies that I'm funded by anyone. I clearly don't care about support or money. I will throw away all my support that I built up over the years if it means I don't have to be an apologist for America's enemies. If that's what that means, if I lose support because I condemn obvious horrible atrocities, then fuck that support. It's not worth keeping. It's no popularity is worth that. No popularity is worth me sitting here being a mouthpiece for Assad and Khomeini and Maduro and Putin. Fuck that noise.
Based.
Absolutely nonsensical. These same people who are just like, oh yeah, money and politics, what a big issue. They're the most money hungry fucks you will ever come across. Their entire existence revolves around scamming money out of people and regurgitating the same political talking points because they are so petrified of getting a real job. What losers.
Oh, I'm convinced at this point, Kremlin Kyle, he couldn't hold a real job down. He couldn't do it because he's too feeble. He's too, he all that he's good at doing is non-fact checking political commentary. That's all that he's good at. He kind of stunted at the age of 16 years old. His nicknames are like sophomoric. His political commentary is sophomoric. His political predictions are sophomoric. His read of the country is even more out of touch. It's really it's the sort of thing that, if I cared about money, guess what? I got an economics degree. You think I'd be spending this time on YouTube here? No, I'd be going out and like working 80 hours in a firm, making quite a bit more money than I make right now, which I might do at some point, but I want to get my my channel going first so I can get in the habit of consistent uploads because everybody needs to pay bills and stuff. But this YouTube, this is for me never going to be about money. If that happened to me, oh man, that would be a sad state of affairs.
There's no money on YouTube at all. Like with all of the adpocalypses and so many videos, I mean, especially political videos, not even getting monetized a lot of the time, there is no money. You could be you could have a lot of views and you're still going to get so shafted. This should not be anyone's go-to, like, I'm going to make a career out of this. Yeah, you better have like millions of views if you want that to happen. Otherwise, it's probably not going to be happening to the degree that you want it to.
Yeah, and I could say this, even if that does happen to my channel, because I'm going to be doing this for a long time, probably 50 years, unless we get some hog pill people that liberalize the world before that. I'm not going to be changing my views to keep some, patrons happy or whatever. You're free to donate to me. And you're also free to withdraw those donations. It's not going to change my political views unless you make a convincing argument. And I haven't seen any convincing arguments from the anti-interventionists. So,
no, well, I wouldn't be expecting anything new because they have like 4 arguments. And
we're bad. What about Saudi? When are you joining the military? And of course, my favorite, dancing Israelis did 9/11.
Absolutely. And that's not an agreement. They don't evolve. And the thing is, there's no incentive within those circles to evolve their views because they are so masturbatory and just high-fiving each other over inane bullshit like that. They could spend 5 seconds listing a number of fallacies. And to properly debunk it, it would take me like 2 hours. If I was really doing a video response, like, okay, let me take this line by line. Who has the time for people like this? It is exhausting. It is so exhausting. They can just rattle off falsehoods and people nod along. Oh yeah, that sounds right. So Saddam never used weapons of mass destruction. That sounds good.
Oh, he got all this WMDs or whatever. Well, we're the ones who sold it to him. That's often a talking point they'll see is that America gave him the chemical weapons, which is like, no, it was 98% of the arms sales to Iraq under Saddam was from France and the USSR. But okay, let's just say the US did it because USA bad. So,
and then it's on you to go out of your way to debunk this obviously fraudulent nonsense.
Yeah.
And how would someone in my position not be exhausted after years of this, after years of having to deal with these same people saying the same shit? They never change. They're not even real people, man. That's a bold statement. They're not even real people. They're
not even real people. Not even real people. They are scum.
They are absolute robots. It is like talking to brick walls. It's not.
Oh yeah. No, Reese, you mentioned the popularity angle. I will say this, and this is something that I've said for some time now, but when it relates to popularity, we must bear in mind the analogy in nature that it is not always good to have big numbers or be popular, that's not often advantageous to your self-preservation. It might keep your species around, but we should remember that a single hawk can eat a flock of 100 pigeons for breakfast and keep flying on while they rot on the ground. So I'd rather be a based hawk than be 1,000 pigeons, because we got one life. So that's it.
Absolutely. I will say this, even just kind of chiming in briefly every now and then on Twitter and seeing these threads that I'll get tagged in or getting in arguments with people, it does reinvigorate me to want to make content more, because I get legitimately pissed off when I see dumb people. And I don't want to waste my time responding to each one of them. I would rather make a video that gets seen by however, many thousands of people, and then they can bitch about that by themselves. But the idea of making them a little bit less happy is very promising. That is a good incentive. If my video can ruin one of these people's days,
I love it. I love it. I love the dislikes. I love it.
It was absolutely worth making the video.
I love it, because that there's a chance that one of those dislikes was like, fat ass Jason Unruh, or comrade Kremlin Kyle. It because he'll never say, and he won't admit to it, but Kremlin Kyle, he knows who you are, and he's triggered and rattled, but he's too afraid to debate.
I would bet on it. He doesn't deserve a debate.
He doesn't deserve a debate.
You might as well just debate the talking points that are his doctrine. Because again, I am more than willing to sit down with people of differing views. But note that the key word in that sentence was people. Actual human beings who come across as genuine. And I actually have a chance of having an interesting back and forth with. But just some teleprompter who sits there regurgitating the same shit. Absolutely not. What is the game?
What it reminds me of is every day I post on Twitter, I say, another day, another meme, and I'll usually have various emojis corresponding to whatever is going on then. So today, for example, it's the cancel emoji, but because sooner or later we all get canceled. It happens. But the most common one that I find myself using is the robot emoji, because we got a lot of bots and we got a lot of people who think like bots. It's pretty sad. So
they are total bots, and it's depressing, because apparently that is what that's popular in some circles. But if you're actually going to take the time to deconstruct these tropes that have been built up, to actually discuss these issues in depth, to talk to people who have military experience or who are experts in the regions that we are discussing, that doesn't sell well. But if you make a video where you just regurgitate a bunch of InfoWars shit, that's going to get you views.
The views. No, they're bots.
Oh yeah, and that's like a mark of success. Like
NPC bots.
Yeah, somebody was like giving me shit recently. They're like, "Oh my god, dude, your channel's like dead, bro." It's like, I don't care about my channel. This is not like, that is the sign of someone whose entire life revolves around the internet.
Oh man.
I do not give a fuck about my channel. I do not give a fuck about my Twitter. Fine. Guess what? It could go down tomorrow. And I'd be like, you know what? That sucks. I put a lot of work into it, but I'm not going to be crying. I'm not going to be in the corner like, oh my God, my life.
Well, no, there is but there is, in fairness, Reese, there is a classy way to go about doing that, which we recently saw has 100% efficacy rate by our friend, the Base Talk Jay. He called every motherfucker at Google after they took his YouTube channel down and told them what he thought of them, and they reinstated it like a Base Talk. Because 99.9% of people would have just whined and cried. But Jay, he don't take shit. So
No, absolutely. And I mean, good on him. And you should absolutely fight if your channel is taken down unfairly. But I'm more making a point that this, I cannot overstate this. This is a hobby I am doing. This is not what my life revolves around. There are other aspects to my life. There are other aspects to who I am as a person. I do not want my life to be defined by me arguing with idiots online. I do not want that to be what I'm remembered for. Okay. So I really don't care. I really don't care. I'm not here to strive for massive popularity on YouTube because you know what I would have to do to make that happen? I would have to completely renounce everything I believe in now, say, you know what? I'm done with liberal values and I'm just going to do memes about how war is bad and how brainlet June is hot. And that would be my channel. That would be my channel from here on out.
Oh,
You know
no.
what? But here's the thing. I might get some views. That would be miserable. That would be a miserable experience.
Miserable legacy too. I mean, imagine having to tell your kids that you promote the talking points of the Kremlin for a living. I mean, they would have to spend 20 minutes in the bathroom vomiting after they found out what your career was. Like, you know.
I like this is a very kind comment. If Reese never made a video again, he would have already graced us with 1,000 more blessings than we deserved. Dude, that is way too sweet. Like,
yeah, it's true. It's true.
I appreciate it. I really do. It has been a long road. I have talked about a lot of things. I've talked shit about a lot of people, and I've also met a lot of great people. Just as many great people as horrible people. Let's keep it fair. I met some great people. I've had some great conversations, some great back and forth, even with a lot of people I disagreed with. Absolutely. And I think it's been, I wouldn't trade a day of it. But if the channel's going down in views, I'm not devastated. I'm not sitting here like, my life is over. Oh, dear. No, my life will go on and I will do this and other things. And I will gladly appear on shows like this. That is how it's going to be.
And I will always have you back. You're always welcome back. And thank you for promoting my channel, my dude.
Absolutely, man. You do great work. And you are a much needed voice in this cesspool of a platform because that is the most powerful incentive that brings me back. Is I just look around. That's the reason I started doing political commentary in the first place, because I didn't think anyone represented me. No one represented me. No one was really saying what I thought needed to be said. No one was approaching these issues in a completely honest way, in a way that made sense to me. And so I said, you know what? Fuck it. Why am I just sitting here bitching when I could be that person? And along the way, sure, you get a lot of pushback. You get a lot of hate. You also get a lot of people who say, you know what? You changed my mind. You changed my mind. I used to just go with the flow. I used to try to fit in with my peers. I watched Kyle and Jank and thought they were cool, but I gave you a chance. You've changed my mind on a couple things. You've made so many good points. You've really articulated the hawk position in a way that wasn't accessible to me before, because for whatever reason, they had a bias against Republicans. Who knows? Who knows? It doesn't matter.
It could be atheism. It could be any number of things, right? Like I was talking about this earlier, that a lot of the people that started watching Kyle, you know, it was for various reasons, right? It could have been social liberalism, could have been a number of issues. Now it's just quote unquote secular talk, the channel where we defend the terrorists and the Ayatollah.
That's a joke, and it has nothing to do with atheism at this point. Absolutely nothing.
Well, no, that's not true. He often talks about how the Iranian regime is justified and oppressed, and how, you know, we need to go out of our way for them and everything. And of course, they don't really like atheists too much over there, right? So
absolutely not. And you're not gonna catch me doing the same thing for the Saudis. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
No, I made a video on that. What about Saudi, though, where I talk about them, how Iran and Saudi are both equally patriarchal, theocratic, and dictatorial. However, there's a lesser evil. One of them is willing to make peace and not fund invasions of Israel any longer. One of them is willing to keep oil prices stable, which helps us against fascist Russia and our economies. Which, by the way, let's just keep it real. Just a quick aside on that. I know that a lot of people will say, oh, they're doing this or that for oil. One, the US is like 90% independent on oil these days. But two, are you saying that resources and money and things like that don't matter? Because you probably work a job that you don't really like because you're not that bright. So why do you show up to work? Why do you show up to work? You'll say, well, I have to pay rent. Well, yeah, we also need oil. So there you go. I mean, it's not exactly a choice. You kind of have to have resources to continue your self-preservation. But getting back to what I was saying, Saudi Arabia also works with the West against Iran. So they're bad. Iran's bad. One's cooperative. One is belligerent. So who are you going to pick? Simple as that. So
yeah, and like the thing is, for the oil, they always make such a big deal out of it. I think that it is an immensely positive thing to keep oil out of the hands of people like the Iranian leadership, people like Saddam Hussein, people like Maduro. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my God, what a great injustice. No, it's not a great injustice, not at all. There's such a thing as an enemy nation, and a great way to defeat your enemy is to seize resources from them, and that has been done throughout history. And I see no reason to stop it now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That is great. And, we've gone through, basically all the questions that I had written. We had a question about neoconservatism that came up as we went through, and we had some cringe in the chat. But now we're going to take the opportunity to address some serious and genuine questions, that were asked.
Q&A. Let's
Q&A.
do these for sure.
I have myself being mostly just focused on what my guest Reese here has been saying. So I haven't really followed much of the chat. But Reese, did any questions stand out to you that you might have noted that we should highlight? Or otherwise, I can go through the chat right now and just pick out the serious ones.
I don't remember any. But if you asked the question before, just post it again.
I'm just going through quickly.
We'll be much more attuned to what's going on right now.
I'm just going through all these ones. Unfortunately, on the platform that I'm using currently, it only allows me to go back an hour. I can go onto YouTube though and check the chat and get questions from there, because I know a lot were asked earlier on. So I'm going to go and reopen this.
This is the time for your questions.
Yeah, this is the time to ask serious questions if you have any.
I know this is old news. So here's one from ESA. I know this is old news, but what's your opinion on Edward Snowden?
Okay,
that's an interesting one.
Well, Reese is the guest. You answer first.
Edward Snowden is a traitor who endangered the lives of American service people and fled to an enemy nation, that being Russia, where he was welcomed with open arms. And for what he was exposing in the first place, the reason for all of his troubles, it's an issue that does not bother me in the slightest. In terms of, because I'm not like anti-NSA. I know that a lot of people are. A lot of people are just like, oh, no. They basically believe in privacy over national security. Yeah. And I think that that's really silly and really petty. And it's not like anyone is, if you're not up to anything, if you're not looking up how to make a bomb, no one cares about your search history. No one does. And I don't care. I don't care if some government agent is like, oh, let me look at this guy's search history. Mm-hmm. Guess what? You're not going to find anything interesting. You're going to find a lot of stupid shit like, ooh, how to tie a tie, or how to like some stupid how-to thing that I had to look up. But that's about all you're going to find. So that's my opinion on him. he is not missed. What are your thoughts on him, Kevin?
So my thoughts on him, if you guys care to follow me on the app Letterboxd, I do film reviews, and I reviewed the film Snowden, where I laid out a lot of my thoughts on what happened, and the ultimate, and Citizen 4 as well as another one. Citizen 4 in particular was a really disgraceful sort of propaganda piece. But I talk about these sorts of things, and I often will review films and whatnot that are of a political nature. So if you follow me on there, it's at Kevin Castley. The thing is, when it comes down to Edward Snowden, what we have to remember here is all of the allegations or all of the arguments by those who will defend him will say, well, he didn't actually want to go to Russia. He was actually trying to get to like Venezuela or something, but he got shut down there and had to stay there because he wasn't able to travel, and he was worried that they were going to intercept his plane. And I would say to that, okay, whether that's true or not, Venezuela is a puppet state of fascist Russia. They host bombers for fascist Russia. They have Tupolev nuclear bombers that fly around there and do patrols and stuff. They are an agent of the Kremlin. So if he made it to an agent of the Kremlin or the Kremlin, it's immaterial to me, because the intent was to defect from the United States of America, betray not only the United States of America, it should be noted, but some of those programs weren't just about American national security. They were about the West and NATO as a whole, which is even more gross in terms of the security of our civilization. But with Edward Snowden, when he went over there and he exposed, all these sorts of programs, it made America look bad. But we have to remember about all of this is that it should actually make America look good. And here's why. Because every country, to some extent, has different surveillance systems. But the difference between America's surveillance system and fascist Russia's security system is that if you are a whistleblower or you're somebody who's trying to get the information on the other side in America, you can get on a plane, go over to Beijing or Hong Kong, I guess it was, and then make it on another flight to Russia, and then decide that you want to stay in Russia and be offered asylum there. Whereas if you're in fascist Russia and you want to do the same thing and leak information on their intelligence apparatus to the United States, you won't make it to the airport. You'll have a heart attack as you accidentally fell from your balcony and you just magically have a bullet in the back of your head, but you were trying to kill yourself. That would be your official cause of death. So in other words, the fact that he's alive still is proof that America is a better system, because Russia has an even worse security system, even more egregious when it comes to infringing upon personal privacy. But we don't get whistleblowers from their system. Why? Because they don't make it out alive. So America is better than fascist Russia. And when it comes to national security, I take national security over privacy basically any day. Now, there are limits to that, of course, but we are in a war of terror. And it should be noted, and this happens on economics too on the left, where there's this imaginary big government man that's watching everything and knows everything. And if he sees your stuff, that's scary. Whereas at the end of the day, if the government sees my search engine and my search history or whatever, it's some dude who's just there for his paycheck so that he can pay off his mortgage, or woman so that she can pay off her mortgage. And she doesn't care about me. She doesn't know who I am. And if she sees what I'm doing or whatever, I'm not into terrorism. So whatever she sees, any number of things that I search, I don't care about that. And she doesn't care. And even if she did care and she came to like my house or something, or she told people what, like on the national TV, what I'm into, guess what? I could sue her for violation of confidential information or whatever. So there are laws in place here that prevent disclosure of that material. So it's already kept confidential unless somebody like Snowden wants to leak it. Furthermore, the left, though, has a double standard with that, where then the government is somehow this magically benevolent, all good and generous figure when it comes to things like, healthcare or public housing, and would always get it right and not be wasteful if we could just spend money there. When in reality, if you did put money into that, it's some state bureaucrat who's kind of like a mid-level manager who's just there for a mortgage, doesn't know all the information, doesn't really care too much. You think that system's going to run efficiently? No, they're probably not even looking at very many people's search history anyway, even if they could, because they don't care. They're just there for a paycheck. That's my view of it. But if there is a terrorist, they do their job. And I value that. And I'm thankful for that. And for all the breaches that we see, for all this stuff about, oh, did you know that they can look at, some porn that you watched or whatever? You know what we don't hear about is all the times that they stop terrorism. Because if we heard about it, we would find out the methods that they use to do it. And then it would reduce our security in the long run. So I thank the people that work in that industry. They do great work. And as a final note, when it comes to all this, there are limits and everything, but let's just keep it real. Security is important. Privacy is important too. But let's just remember, we can't have personal privacy if we don't have a civilization and a country going forward. If fascist Russia takes over, we're not going to have that privacy, and we're not going to have our security because we're going to be subject to a hostile Kremlin. So that's my view. That's my view of it. So
it's a very needed opinion. It reminds me of a clip I saw of it was a debate happening between Julian Assange and Douglas Murray, and Douglas Murray roasted Julian Assange to his face, basically calling out like, look, your organization, it's pretty obvious where your allegiance lies, and you seem so concerned with corruption in the world, yet you are needlessly picking on the least corrupt systems. You could say the same thing about organizations like the ICC, in which they will investigate human rights abuses that are very inconsequential, and they don't have the power or resources or authority to do that in the case of countries that actually have massive human rights crises. And they have a needless bias against America and Israel, obviously. And that's because America and Israel are civilized countries that on a good day might even entertain that. But in terms of where there's an actual crisis, it's organizations like these aren't going to help. Let's do an investigation. Like we're toddlers. Like we need an investigation done. Like, did Assad kill all his people? Let's really get to the bottom of this mystery.
Can't quite tell. I just can't
tell. Has Kim Jong-un killed people? I don't know.
I mean, on the one hand, all these human rights organizations tell me that he's got 200,000 people in gulags right now. But on the other hand, I watched Stymie Korea's on YouTube, and he showed videos about how the Dear Comrades work together to build the socialist paradise of Kim Il-sung. So I can't tell. I can't tell.
Something that's always kind of alienated me from a lot of people on the left, and keep in mind that I was but a child during the Bush administration. So like I grew up in the shadow of this. I cannot overstate that.
And you still killed 1 million Iraqis personally. You were just such a
I must have. I was like 6 and I killed them all.
I was like 8 years old, and I've had literal haters on my meme page before, liberal hawk memes for moral universalist teens. If you want to go and like and follow, I've had some of the haters and traitors literally continually for months on end constantly go back to, you're personally responsible for the deaths of 1 million Iraqis. 1, 1 million Iraqis didn't die in that war. 2, I was watching CNN. I was like 8 and 9 when it happened. Now, I supported Bush. I thought it was dope. 9/11 was the first historical memory I have, right? And it pissed me off. And I was like, I want to join the Air Force. I want to kill these fuckers. So I was super for the war in Iraq, but I was a kid, right? But no, I personally killed all the Iraqi kids. So
it was Kevin's fault. But what I was saying was, I grew up in the shadow, but I was somebody who was politically left wing, but I supported the Iraq War. I supported Citizens United, and I supported the Patriot Act. These are like the 3 cardinal sins.
The cardinal sins, yes, it's the same thing here. Same thing here. And yes, those are all the deadly sins.
They're the cardinal sins.
Those are the deadly sins.
They're the cardinal sins for leftists who are still psychologically crippled by 2003. They never got over it. They're stuck there.
Man.
And they can never get past these issues, and they never looked at them in a serious way. They were so wrong. If I was politically active back then, I would have not voted for them. I would have voted for Bush, honestly.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm just keeping it real. I would have looked past some of my disagreements. I would have looked past the religiosity, and I would have said, you know what? We need a serious administration right now. We don't need appeasers. We don't need people who, and you know what? This is bad to say too, because I have been very supportive of a lot of Democratic senators, and obviously I voted for Hillary. I would, if I had been able to vote, I would have not voted for Obama, honestly.
Because 100%.
Even based on his rhetoric going into it, he would have, if he had stuck to his rhetoric, he would have been even more of an isolationist than he already was.
Definitely.
I would have voted for McCain, and I would have voted for Romney. And those are probably like the most controversial things I've said online. But I'm keeping it real. I'm spilling tea with all of you.
And Reese, they'll call you. I knew it. Reese is a Republican. That's what they'll do with the alternating.
And here's the thing. This is the biggest message. I don't care about the Republican versus Democrat false debate. I don't care. It is not important to me. I care about people and the ideas that they're bringing to the table. I am, at this point in my life, I am an independent. I am open-minded. My mind is willing to be changed. People can come get my vote. I don't care about the pointless partisan battle of American politics. I think it's stupid. I think that it's a lot of people switching positions, a lot of hypocrites, a lot of people who they'll support something one year and then the next year they won't. I don't like it. And it's not for me. And I'm not tied to a party, but I am tied to my love. Sorry, I can't even talk because I need a big jug of water. I'm tied to my love for this country and my wish for this country to succeed, my wish for this country to prosper, and my wish for this country to be safe. I care about that more than I care about voting for a specific party.
Based.
That needs to be said. People want to come at me with, oh my God, you sound like a Republican. I don't give a fuck about Republicans. And I don't give a fuck about Democrats. What now? What now? Is that really all you have for me? Is that like, we might as well be fucking primates living in trees. If that's how we're going to look at the world.
My tribe good, your tribe bad.
Fucking garbage.
Yeah, it's so cringe. Like the regression. I mean, as technology has advanced, we've gotten more tribalistic in some of those areas. I mean, we talk about how the internet is a failure in a lot of respects, but it's we're going to move on to the next question. There were some other serious questions. I'm just going to scroll back and get to them. Let me just go through here. We had go back a little bit. We had we've had a really lively chat tonight.
I wonder why.
Wow. Let's see. We've got I think I went too far. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So we got through that question on Edward Snowden. The next question comes from user Blair Voltaire, who asks, at Superpower Broadcasting at Nightmare Fuel, do you think Bernie should win the primary so he loses to Trump in the general election, so as to dissuade the Democratic Party from falling further left? So, Reese, take it away.
I don't want him getting normalized at all. So, preferably, he would not win the nomination. Now, if he does get the nomination, and I've said this publicly on Twitter, I believe, I will not be voting for anyone. I might vote third party if I vote at all. I've yet to come across even a third party person who was like really speaking to me. Because the third party people, they're always cringe too. They're either like Green Party or libertarians. Ugh.
Cringe.
No one I like. There needs to be a Hawk Party. Like, come on, somebody make this happen. But no. I will not be voting in that general, and I will encourage other people not to vote. And it would be for the best if Bernie did not win. But as was said earlier, I think that if Bernie were president, he would not achieve most of what he wants to achieve. It is a danger to have him as the executive, to have him as the commander in chief, because he would be even worse than Trump.
He's more intelligent. He's more intelligent and principled than Trump. That's the worry.
Yeah, he would be a conniving mastermind in that sense, and he would very much weaken the country. But and I mean, it's not like Trump, who every now and then would listen to Pompeo or Bolton and actually do something right. Bernie would always do the wrong thing.
Always.
There would never, like, if he did something good, I would eat a hat on stream. Like that's how unlikely it. I would salt it up and I would start snarfing down on my hat, because there's no way in hell he would do right by American national security. There's no way. But again, I think that even him getting the nomination is very unlikely, given that I think that the majority of the split vote is not going to go to a candidate like Bernie. It's going to go to candidates like Warren and Biden. That's where it's going.
Oh, 100%, because those people aren't passionate about Bernie to begin with. All the people that are like the cultists and stuff, they're already his 27%. They're already there. Cenk's already there. There are no more of them to sway.
Can we count on your vote, Kevin? Kevin's Canadian. So
yeah.
You can't
I still post on Twitter about this stuff because U.S. security affects Canadian security, and I want to live in the U.S. eventually too. So, it's the sort of thing that it's just imagine if I lived in Israel. I would be very concerned about what the U.S. does, because guess what? The United States is the only reason that Canada is not some drab and bleak Soviet gulag colony where they export all the people that they don't like from Siberia. I mean, Canada would be a hellhole if America said, no, we're not going to protect you during the Cold War. It would be a mess. Like, imagine if the Nick Fuentes types were around back in like 1970 and just said, fuck it, the Soviets can have Canada. Why should we send white lives to die for Jews? Like, Canada would be it would be a mess. It would be a mess. So America is the only reason why Canada is a good country to live in the first place. I have a video on this. It's called America is Not Exceptional. America is meta exceptional, because Canada is exceptional, but Canada is entirely a function of America. The UK would not be a thing without America right now. It would be a part of Russia's sphere of influence, and very poor and very shitty to live in. So, and the UK is a great country. So, an exceptional country, still dependent on America. America is the most exceptional country in the history of the world, and it's not even close. So I care what happens in America because it affects everybody. So
absolutely. I think that we had a question, but we might have.
Oh no, I want to get to that Bernie one though first briefly. I would say, I think Bernie shouldn't win the primary, because I think it's better for America if Joe Biden just wins it right off the bat. If the Democrats go further left or something, then the Republicans just win and win and win and win. So they render themselves irrelevant, because if
it came down to a general of Bernie versus Trump, and again, I would not vote. I will admit it would be funny to see Bernie lose, because at that point, he would. That is my prediction as well, especially with Trump being an incumbent. But I mean, I would actually be really fascinated to see who the burners blamed. They obviously wouldn't blame themselves. They'd find somebody else to blame, and it would be really funny.
No, it would be so funny. I want to say, I just want to get this on the record. I like making predictions, and I'm pretty confident about them. If Bernie does get the nomination, Donald Trump is going to have the biggest electoral victory since Reagan's 1984, where Reagan turned all but 49 states and 1 district red. So it was Minnesota and DC stayed blue, and the other 49 went red. He turned California red. I mean, he was from California, but California as a liberal place is a pretty newish thing in that respect. They voted for Reagan. He was their governor. Now the demographics have changed and stuff. No, here's the thing. If you've got a bunch of people that are middle class Democrats, blue dog type Democrats, where they've got a house, they've got a BMW and a Jaguar, or even if they're even more average than that, they're just people that have a positive net worth. They're not people that are entirely, like these basement bums that support Bernie. When they might not know that much about politics, they might not know that much about labels and meanings and stuff. When they see Trump's attack ads saying Bernie's a socialist, and then he plays clip of Bernie saying he's a socialist, they're going to think USSR, whether that's fair or not. And guess what? They don't want to lose their house and stuff, so they'll vote for a lying, cheating, corrupt, 6 times bankrupt, washed up con man who calls himself a capitalist over a very much more intelligent socialist. They won't vote for a socialist, and those are Democrats. Obviously, working class people, by and large, are going to vote for Republicans. Republicans are going to vote for Trump. Bernie's not going to be able to sway any of the working class that he would try to court, because the thing is, if they have a choice between Trump and Bernie, Trump's their champion. Trump's the Make America Great Again guy, whereas Bernie's the safe spaces on college campuses and my socialism. They're not into that. And sure, you could argue that that's my false consciousness or whatever, and have all those like Noam Chomsky arguments. I don't care. I'm talking about the reality. He would win California. Trump would win California because there are too many wealthy and affluent Democrats there that would rather vote for a capitalist that they don't like than a socialist that they think might take their stuff away. And there are too many Latino immigrants there that even though Trump has said some bad things about Latinos, they do not want to see themselves as dependent on the government. They have a really good work ethic, and they're not going to vote for a socialist. And a lot of them are socially conservative anyway. But happen to vote Democrat because the Republicans tend to race bait against them and stuff. They would bite the bullet and vote for Trump. Trump would win every state except for Vermont, possibly maybe Delaware, obviously Minnesota, and it's possible that Bernie wins Hawaii, but he would win huge. I mean, it would be the biggest electoral win of the century. I'm talking like the rest of the 21st century. It's likely that would not repeat itself. The Democratic Party would face going extinct unless they got a Joe Biden type figure going forward. They get owned harder than Jeremy Corbyn got owned. It would be,
and see, like that was funny. Like that was, because I remember I was cheering that on. I was like, yes, Corbyn did not become prime minister. And people were outraged at me. They're like, are you glad the conservatives won? It's like, I don't actually care about this. This is British politics. I don't follow it. I don't care. Boris Johnson. There's no way. There is no way in hell he was worse than Jeremy Corbyn.
No.
I was happy to see Corbyn lose in the same way I'd be happy to see Bernie lose, because of the horribly toxic movement that both of those men have built around themselves. Yeah, I don't want to see that movement get rewarded in any way, shape, or form.
Well, Bernie has Sarsour. I want to say a couple more things about this. Bernie has Sarsour as his surrogate. She would have a role in the administration. If it came down to me, like if I lived in America, I would vote for Trump. I would actually actively vote for Trump in that, because Trump sometimes makes the right call for the wrong reasons, like despite Obama or whatever. Whereas Bernie, it would be the wrong call for the wrong reasons, and Bernie would be intent about it, and he's a smarter guy. He would know what he's doing. Now the obstacle to him doing it would be the president doesn't have all the power. The obstacle to Trump doing things is that he's not too bright. So that's kind of a saving grace on the part of Trump in that respect, that he hasn't gotten through a lot of the cringe agenda that, Nick Fuentes might want from him. But the thing is, it's also worth noting here that for all these polls that say, oh, well, you guys are out of touch, because when we look at polling that compares Bernie to Trump in a general, Bernie actually comes out on top by a few points. Here's the problem with that. Trump purposefully isn't running any attack ads against Bernie and doesn't say much about Bernie, because he wants Bernie to hurt Biden, because he's worried that Biden will actually kick his ass in general. So he's letting Bernie, he's laying off Bernie right now. Bernie hasn't had any attack ads against him. Bernie is this, self-righteous guy who never compromises, who he looks like this idealist where he has this big base of support and everything. But once those attack ads start rolling 24/7 saying Bernie playing the quotes about Venezuela, Fidel Castro, Iran, the USSR. I'm not making this up. Look at what he said about the USSR back during the Cold War. The fact that when he was 40 years old, he was supporting the Marxist Leninist Party, all of this stuff, and then clips of Bernie himself calling himself a socialist. And now you can argue, well, he actually means social democrat. Doesn't matter in politics because optics matter, and the average American is not that familiar with the difference on social democracy or socialism and stuff. It's not going to play well. Trump is going to win states that have been solidly blue. I'm serious. He'll win Oregon. He'll win Washington. He'll win Washington State. I mean, now some of the Democrats, they might have some good numbers in some urban areas in Seattle and stuff. If it's Bernie, Trump's winning the state. He's getting 100% of Washington State's electoral votes, and Washington is a really blue state. Imagine how big he's going to crush them in the swing states. He would destroy their movement. All this stuff about how he polls better, that's because Trump hasn't done anything to him yet. And what's Bernie going to respond with? Bernie's going to call Trump a racist. Bernie's going to call Trump a sexist. Bernie's going to call Trump a capitalist, greedy guy or whatever. He's going to say all the same things that have already been levied against Trump and that Trump has weathered. He's got nothing new. There's no new angle. Nothing's going to affect Trump. Trump would win that so big. I mean, because if you got to choose between this cringe SJW woke populism or social conservative capitalist populism from Trump, the American voters, by and large, are going to pick Trump as the lesser evil. That's just my view. So,
I think that it's a really good prediction for the most part. And
they'll get shocked, man. They'll scream.
It doesn't matter if Bernie is going to say something like, "Oh, I only believe in social democracy." If you're whitewashing the Soviet Union, you might believe in a little bit more than social democracy and Fidel Castro and all that, and Hugo Chavez. It's no longer just like, oh, that's just what the Europeans do. You can't fall on that excuse every time.
He'll try.
If you were in your 40s as a Marxist Leninist, it's going to be a little harder to convince people that, oh, I've moderated my views. I'm totally reasonable now. No, that's not how it works. That's really not how it works. And the thing is, Trump has talked about Bernie recently. And you know what he said about Bernie? He said that, oh, Bernie, they're rigging the election against him again. Trump is pro Bernie.
Because he knows he can kick his ass.
Trump is Bernie's biggest supporter. I cannot overstate that. He is Bernie's biggest cheerleader. He wants Bernie to be the nominee. And in that tweet I saw recently where he was praising Sanders about how unfairly he's treated, somehow I don't even know what they mean. The election's rigged against him right now. There hasn't even been a primary. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, dude, it's so rigged. There hasn't even been a primary. They already rigged it because if they didn't rig it, there'd already been 76 primaries by now. But they rigged it, so we haven't even gotten a vote.
It's just something people say, and then it's coming from Trump, like, oh, they're rigging it. What are you even talking about? But
I know what he's doing though.
In the same tweet where he was saying that, he also made sure to insult Biden. He was like, yes, Sleepy Joe Biden. He doesn't, this is the only way the Sleepy Joe will win is if they rig the election for him. And it's just like, wow.
No, he's scared of Biden because Biden's an actual professional alternative to a clown. Bernie's not. You got two clowns. You're going with the clown that isn't a socialist. But if you got a professional guy who you can kind of see, he says some cringe stuff, but he's got a wink to it. He's probably kind of skilled and pilled. You're going to vote for Biden. But if you're up against Breadline Bernie saying how breadlines and shit are actually a good thing and stuff, or you've got Trump who says, I'm a billionaire and I made I made an empire and I'm going to make America great or whatever. A lot of people are going to buy that again. And people shouldn't be shocked because people thought that he couldn't win in 2016 and he did. So everything that was levied against him, the Hollywood access tapes, all those things what's Bernie going to do? He's just going to repeat those. They're not going to work against him. Like, I don't like Trump, but those attacks are not going to work. You're not going to attack him by saying that he's offensive and not PC. That's not going to win you votes. It's going to turn independents and even moderate Democrats to say, hey, look, I don't want to be with the woke crowd. They're going to cancel me too. Like, anybody who ever said anything that could be construed as any number of ist is going to say, oh, I'm not welcome here. I'm going to vote for Trump. Everybody gets canceled. Spoiler alert. They cancel everybody. They'll cancel Bernie. I got news, dudes. If by some miracle Bernie actually got lucky and won because Trump decided he wasn't going to run and the Republicans decided that they were going to run some like lemon, some lame duck sort of dude, guess what? Bernie would come in and actually, in some cases, not be this total idealist and actually have to get some things like a budget through. And he'll make a statement about, well, I wanted it to have $10 trillion for public funding, but they only let me have $1 trillion. All of his fans right now are going to be like, oh shit, Bernie's a sellout, and he'll lose the support too, and they'll call him a greedy, dirty capitalist kulak. So, once he actually has to govern, they won't like him anymore.
It is inevitable. And that's why, while I don't want a Sanders presidency, because I think it has the most drastic effect on the most pivotal issue, it's not something I would fearmonger about too much, because even if it were to happen, it would achieve absolutely nothing.
He would withdraw American support from a lot of countries, and he would reduce the military budget. I'm convinced of it. He would actually be able to get some stuff through because he's smart. Trump's incompetent. That's just my view. I just got to jump in.
I saw this. There's a Twitter user. He's called the Sneer Review. If people want to follow him, and he put out a tweet today that I really liked, and I thought it was very informative of my rant just there. But he says, "It's February 2023. Republicans have retaken the House. None of President Sanders' big ticket policies have passed because why would they have? Drone strikes are up. He's repeatedly backed down on threats of executive orders. The View is still airing. How are his followers reacting?"
It was the deep state. It was the evil Israelis. It was dancing. It was dancing Israelis with gay frogs.
My favorite part of the tweet is when it says drone strikes are up, it says drone strikes are and then an up arrow. That's really funny. Drone strikes are up.
Oh man. We got to move on to the next question. There was another one in here that was good. This one was specifically for me, but I'll let Reese, because Reese is the guest. You can talk to this one first, because you got some meme game going on. He says, this is from W.R. Winter, who asks, can you elaborate on your use of Zoomerisms and meme culture in service of anti-communist, anti-isolationist rhetoric? Do you not think it trivializes these issues? So it's directed at me, but Reese, if you want to say anything to that, go ahead.
I'll let you answer first, because it seems more directed at you.
Okay, well, yeah. So I run the meme page, Liberal Hawk Memes for Moral Universalist Teens. I started it around January 20th of 2019 because I was so done with fucking Tanky Tulsi and all of her bullshit and Kremlin Kyle and all that. And I was like, I realized I spent a lot of time in university reading papers and everything. A lot of it was super cringe, but I would watch Bill Kristol. I would read, neocons and Hitchens and stuff, to get different sides that were hawks, because I've always been hawkish. And the thing is, what I realized was that these people, especially like Conversations with Bill Kristol, I really like the show. But the thing is, by and large, they're only really reaching an older, educated crowd that already understands issues and already understands national security necessities. And any sort of attempt at trying to sway younger people was immediately met with, okay, boomer. So I realized, hey, look, if we're going to win this, Trump already revealed how populism is effective. We need to use their tactics, but with our wisdom, with our worldview. Because I'm not a populist. I actually have principles. But I will be the first to say that populist memes and memetics in general can win wars these days. Otherwise, why would Russia have invested so heavily into it, even in the 1990s? Like Reed Dugan's work, he talks about meme warfare, memetic warfare, in terms of how to co-opt movements and everything. So for me, I realized we have to fight back, and we're not going to fight back writing properly grammaticized and peer-reviewed papers for journals appearing in either like think tank publications or moderate establishment university settings, because those are going to get 300 views. We need actual memers who are willing to meme. What do I say? I say, what's my meme page description? It says, this one's for all the base neocons and hawks out there. Hashtag shit posting for freedom since 2019. That's exactly what it is. We do it in the service of freedom because our enemies do it in the service of fascism, and all of the sponges out there, the low IQ brainlets, they eat it up and they regurgitate the memes of our enemies. And for once, we have to have a high energy based meme god out there who's actually going to meme for the West, for our victory. Because if we don't and we give that up, guess what? The revitalization, the renaissance of hawkishness cannot be a boomer movement. We got to get young people pilled on national security and understand that, yes, war might be bad, but it's a temporary alternative to a permanent genocide and tyranny. And so, as I say, war is hell, so is communism. The former is temporary. So, get hawkish.
I think that I won't say too much about it, but I'd like to think that, I'm not totally disconnected, and just in the way that I'll talk. Obviously, we are not professionals. It's not like we're doing a conversation with Bill Crystal here. So in a way, the entire thing it's kind of a meme. It's just normal people giving very unfiltered opinions on the goings on in our world. And that's really what a meme is. And a meme could also just be making a joke out of someone or something, which we do all the time regardless. And that is, that's how it goes. I like Kevin's nicknames. I think they're really funny. And just the sayings. It's all in good fun. And that's what this should be at the end of the day. Because as much as I would like to see the world change to align to, what I politically prefer, I know that that's not always realistic. So instead of being miserable, along the way, we can have a little bit of fun, and we can have some fun.
We can trigger the others.
Absolutely, because
I love triggering my enemies. I love it when isolationists get rattled to see a young, I call myself a neocon. I'm a liberal neocon. They can't put that in their brain, because to them, to have somebody who's pilled on foreign policy, you got to be a boomer if you want to be pilled on foreign policy. And I'm like, at the time when I created it, 25, and I'm like, buddy. So then they resort to astroturfs and they talk about how my ears must mean that I'm a Jew and whatnot, because the only way that you could be young and understand national security is if you're a Jew and young, which, by the way, big compliment towards Jews. Like, they often, their insults fall flat. A lot of them are actually compliments. So
yeah, no, it should be in good fun, and it doesn't take much to upset them. It really doesn't. Oh. It really doesn't. They will freak out over the smallest thing.
They write essays and make videos about how my meme is wrong. It's great. I love it. I put like 35 seconds into that meme. And then one of these guys with a huge neck beard, super, he's one of my biggest haters. And I mean that in the literal physical sense and the metaphorical sense. So I'm saying he's fat. He does a 30-minute response. I love it. I love it because I'm not going to watch it. But, you do you, dude.
Absolutely. Maybe we can do one more question.
I got another question here. This one is, you guys should address this. One comes from Suzuki Nathi. He asks, you guys should address the Rwandan genocide and how non-interventionism enabled it. Rwanda is the issue that turned me into a hawk.
Oh, it's been so long. Like, I'm not going to do it justice, really. But I mean, like, you could point to any number of, if a genocide happened and there were so many warning signs building tensions that there was clear that was going to be the inevitable result, you could attribute any genocide to a lack of intervention, to a lack of America or the world stepping in at large to do something about it. And that is often seen as one of the big failures of modern history. Do you have any other thoughts about it?
Well, I would say about Rwanda in particular is it's interesting because back when that happened, there were some liberals out there. I think Samantha Power, even Bill Clinton and whatnot, people in the administration that were moved by it. Now they weren't able to get the political will to act, and Bill Clinton did wind up dropping the ball, of course. But back then there were liberal hawks. There were people like Joe Lieberman and whatnot and everything. And back then, being on the left when that happened, and in Yugoslavia in particular too, with the genocide that happened there were people on the left in particular that said, "Oh yeah, we have to intervene here." There was a hawkish movement on the left, which after 2000 and I guess 2003, with the exception of perhaps Christopher Hitchens, basically went away. So, which is unfortunate because the second that a Republican agreed with them, oh well, now it's gone. Now it's all we're bad, and it's sad. And part of that was due to the meme war that Russia waged against the West. And yeah, it sounds funny. It sounds like, oh, you take memes seriously. It's like, yeah, so does the Kremlin, so does Dugin, so does Putin, so does Shoigu, so does literally all these figures in the Kremlin. They understand that it's very easy to co-opt the young to their agenda, and because they can't afford to wage a military conflict, so they have to do it by other means, or by other memes, right? So
yeah, no.
We have another question here. It says this one is directed at Reese in particular.
Dun dun dun.
It is also by Suzuki. He asks, what is your opinion on the situation in Myanmar with the Rohingya? Do you support an intervention there? And I shall be back momentarily.
I'm not sure why this one is directed at me specifically. That is a bit of a complicated one, isn't it? It's kind of just the inevitable result of pitting very different cultures together. In terms of an intervention, I suppose there could be. It's not one that really gets talked about a whole lot, but we would have to we'd have to take into account, I guess, how surrounding states would react and things of that nature. I haven't looked into a lot of that in a while, so I've got to be honest there. A lot of the issues that we already talked about tonight take up the majority of my time in terms of research that I do. So sorry if I can't be much help. It is what it is. I dubbed the Sally 6-column Thomas. God, Neon Noir and Sally are such worthless cunts. Really? Can somebody install a gas chamber? Please. You're never any help. Oh. Don't fling. I'm gonna ask Kevin to ban you. I've decided against my censorship.
I have come back. Who are we considering banning?
Ban everyone.
Is it the communist?
Yeah, I hate him, and I hate the Sally cunt too. Fuck him.
Oh, I really haven't been following this very much. I was actually scrolled all the way back getting those chats. We got, says, Oh, there we go. Oh, interesting. We have.
Don't ban Sally. Quit white knighting. She's probably not even a real woman. Come on.
Oh, there's no way in hell. It's some dude who weighs 322 pounds who's chowing down on mom's hot pockets because he's unemployed and has to rely on his mom. But browses 4chan and Japanese cartoon child pornography.
You don't need to bother with it. It's whatever.
I'm not.
I guess the Myanmar. Fuck you, nightmare fuel. You see that? Is that a super chat?
What the fuck is that? Why is there this text here? I haven't done this before. I'm seeing this massive. What is going on? It's still up there. What? Okay.
That's pretty funny.
I don't have super chats enabled yet. I don't have monetization at the moment. Interesting.
I don't know how to get rid of that.
That I'm not seeing it on my phone though, so it must have gone away. That is. I'm just scrolling down here and I see a comment about the progressive voice. Oh, that's a cringy dude. We have. I'm just searching for comments. I'm done with the communists. I'm not going to ban you unless you do threats or something. But
look at them. They're insulting me. You're going to let them insult me, Kevin? I don't feel very safe. I don't feel very welcome on this channel anymore.
Oh, no, I can't be like Nick Fuentes and ban like 4,000 people or whatever. But oh yeah, there's that big chat back there. It must have been. It's got blue text. That is, yeah, just hashtag FU nightmare fuel or whatever. That is funny. They are triggered. Okay. We got a question directed at me. It says Neon Noir has yet to provide me as sources for thinking the USSR. Oh, it's just talking about. I'm not going to get into it with the.
I guess they were saying earlier that the Myanmar question was directed at you as well.
Oh,
I didn't have much of an answer for it, but
I'll just take a minute to respond to it because my answer to that is basically the same as with respect to the Uyghurs in communist China, which is that I know that a lot of people will argue, you're for intervention there. That proves that you're with the Muslims, just like you were with Kosovo or whatever. And it's like, no, I'm opposed to Islam. I'm opposed to the ideology of Islam. However, I'm not opposed to the existence of individual Muslim people. I don't think that they should be butchered over their religion. Like, I might disagree with the ideology of the religion. That doesn't mean that I think that Buddhist extremists should go in and burn their crap down and kill them. Like, or in the case of communist China, I don't think that the Communist Party should force the communist religion down their throats or execute them because they happen to have a different religion than Xi Jinping. Like, they don't. I mean, it's the sort of stuff that's just, you see the same thing. It's the same line of logic. And I know that question might not have been asked perniciously, but it is a meme that's out there by the 4chan people to try to discredit the Hawks and say that the Hawks are actually, they would rather send white guys to die for Jews to protect Muslims. This is how they'll phrase it, than they would stand up for American security. And it's like, at the end of the day, intervention to prevent genocide and to promote a liberal order in the world is paramount to American security. America is not an empire in the traditional sense of the word. American security relies on an interconnected trade system that is based on the American dollar, American innovation, and American markets, and American principles of human rights, liberty, dignity, and so on and so forth. And, it's the sort of thing that really you're going to support a genocide just because the people that are being genocided have a different religion than you or something. That now, of course, the fascists would argue, of course, yeah, that's what they're about. They're fascists. But no, I support intervention there. Obviously, I don't support a military intervention in Western communist China. I think that there should be a boycott of purchasing products from communist China by all Western countries, and that every factory of a Western company that's over there should be immediately transferred over to India. The labor's cheaper, they have a democracy, and they're actually a better ally and partner than communist China is. We should get rid of communist China and liberate them. That's my view. We have to do it through economic means. So yeah, no, the intervention. My answer to that would be the same as the Rwandan one. It would be the same as the Yugoslavian one. There are no nukes. It's not like the Myanmar. It's not like the oppressors there have nukes. There's not really going to be a strategic consequence to it. In fact, there would be a strategic victory, and there's a chance that by doing it, we would have a group of people now that for the rest of time are going to be loyal American allies. The Kurds could have been the same, but unfortunately, they were betrayed too many times. Right now, they have to work with freaking Assad because America's betrayed them. So, it's kind of, I don't see any more questions here. I think we should probably wrap this up pretty soon.
Because we can never get rid of that message.
I'm not seeing it on. Oh, that's why I'm not seeing it on my phone. I was scrolled back a little bit. I see it there. You know what? It's funny. Even if I could take it down, I'll leave it up because it shows you how triggered these people are. That's all the response that they have. That's such a brainlet answer. Like we have 4.5 hours of generally sophisticated commentary debunking their bunk and junk talking points, and all that they can respond with is a big "fuck you, bro." I love it. They are brainlets. They just prove their stupidity all the time, every day. They are a living, breathing meme. Sally Thomas, you're a fucking meme. That's your life's legacy. You're a meme.
I like that somehow I was the problem. Like, you're such a loser because you're doing a 4-hour chat. Yeah, that you're watching. Like. What are you? Do something productive with your night. What the fuck are you doing?
It's like at least we're getting hundreds of views over the course of the upload and promoting our channels and our work and our ideas. You're here being a triggered little pigeon getting triggered.
I'm talking with my friend, and it just happens to be live. So this is what I would do just on an average night anyway.
Oh man,
I just happen to be sharing that, but apparently, oh my god, what? Who talks with people and about things they're interested in? What a loser!
What a loser! Yes, friends. As opposed to the 400 or 362-pound basement dwelling NEET who's 28 years old and hasn't gotten laid, who has no friends. But I guess that's productive. It's productive to watch hentai porn. It's productive, as opposed while you're on here telling us, if you or whatever. The thing is, I saw a comment by Sally, quote unquote Sally. The chances that Sally is a female are less than 0%, but
wow, that's pretty low.
And it says, and those ears. So it's one of the scrapers because we call me now. I love how I'm the one that slur is derived from now towards the Jewish community. I'm the one. I'm not even a Jew, and now big ears associated with being a Jew because the Caucasian dude has big ears and talks about hawkishness. It's just.
Chances of Sally Thomas being an anti-Semite are rising exponentially.
100%.
200%. 500%.
5,000%. 500,000%.
At least when you become a meme, you're really funny. Like, not in a sad way, but in a genuinely entertaining way.
A comment to me from WR Winters says your professional opinion on the nickname Sally Sixth Column. Well, I don't really get the reference. I would say Sally Fifth Column. Kind of. I'd have to think on a meme. Because Sally isn't even his real name. So Yeah,
I don't know this Sally. Well, I think that we'll probably wrap it up soon.
Yeah.
But it was good coming on. We had a lot of good chats. Unfortunately, we had some less than appreciated people.
We had some rattled frogs tonight.
It is what it is. I like coming on. I'll gladly come on again, and I'll link you some other people too. Get you in touch with them. Some other people who actually have some further media connections and aren't just a total normie like me. And a last minute fuck you, Neon Noir. Fuck you, Sally Thomas, and fuck that Socrates neo-Nazi guy that was in here earlier.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Absolutely time wasting idiots.
I've seen him on my videos for a while. Ever since I went after Nick, he's been there. So
yeah, they can't help themselves. I hate to make it about this. One last thought. Sally Thomas, if that is your real name, the world would be a better place without you. My world would be a better place without you. So here. I have been harassed by you for longer than I would care to remember. And now here you come over to harass me on channels that I promoted. Yet I am the loser who's wasting my time.
You have a YouTube empire.
Oh, don't be mean, says the communist. Don't be mean.
Don't be mean.
Oh, fuck
says
yourself.
The dude who supports Stalin. So it wasn't mean to kill 10 million Ukrainians, but it's mean to say mean things on YouTube.
Oh, you're a nasty piece of work. Oh, Sally, go they are taking it too far. Don't actually kill yourself.
That's
real edgy.
They are injured in anal areas right now. It's cringe.
We'll leave them at that. That piece of shit pisses me off. Let's end it. Let's end it there. Thank you for bothering me while I was talking to my friend. Thank you very much for fucking wasting my time. But Kevin, we had a good chat, and I hope this takes off for you. And it seems that we figured out StreamYard really well.
Yeah. No, it's a great platform. And I'll say, you are the first of what should hopefully be long list of very awesome and based guests with, different views, but we're all going to more or less have similar views on national security, foreign policy, and the aim for Western hegemony in the world. So thank you for watching, everybody. And you know what? I got to say thank you to the 4 people who unsubscribed tonight, because you're probably You're probably people like Neon Noir and Sally Thomas, where you subscribe to me after I attack Nick, but then realize that I'm moving on to other content. You guys had the decency to just unsubscribe and leave. Whereas these people, they cannot stop offering us that, long-term rent-free lease in their head. And,
who would unsubscribe? That's so weird.
Since I started the stream, I had 243. Now I'm at 239. So they're out. That's good. See you later. So.
Man, that's insane, because I would have figured that anyone subscribed to you would have agreed with everything we were saying tonight. They
probably thought I was just doing it to be edgy or something, and that I was actually a griper in disguise trying to make fun of Jews or something and whatnot, and be a parody of a neocon, as they would say, Because neocons are such a powerful group to parody right now.
You must be a parody, bro.
I get that all the time on my page. That's a parody of liberal hawks. I'm like, what liberal hawks? We're like the biggest liberal hawks around on social media right now. Just wow. Oh, I like this from Alan Reyes. He says to Neon Noir, dude, please go live in a country under a famine. And I couldn't agree more, because all of these people, it's easy, as I say with Tanky Tulsi, it's easy to be for my peace and my sovereignty when you're living at cushy on a beach in Hawaii. But if you actually were getting gassed in the ass by Assad, you would be begging for some neoconservatism too. So, simple as that.
They enjoy the privilege of not having to worry about that, and it's very obvious. Ooh, another fanboy. Yeah. We amazingly enough, people like us. Hey, Sally, here's an idea. More people like me than will ever like you in your entire life. Suck on that. Okay, we can end it.
10,000 subscribers.
Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Leave more suggestions on Twitter and in the comments for guests for Kevin to have on in the future, and we will talk to you another night.
We are ending the broadcast. It's been great getting hawkish with you. Thank you for watching Superpower Broadcasting, and go like and follow Reese's content. Good night, my hawks.
Peace out.